Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's all right. Going to check this. I think I put the other one in the window so that if by any chance this is outside, yeah. All right. It's winter. It's really winter. Yeah, the camera. I just want to change and remove the automatic video. Yeah, here we go. That's the white balance that for some reason always goes to automatic. And when I have certain colors up here, the camera just doesn't do it well. So here, white balance. And I think this is going to be better if I white balance and saturation or brightness. They look like a lobster when there's certain. So hey, this looks a little coldish, less colorful. Just gonna check out here. Usually I adjust this one and saturation. So the next one. So hey everyone, welcome aboard. Well, looks a little better, hopefully. Okay. And here we go. Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's all right. Why do I have this red? Oh, here we go. I don't know why. Something is just weird. Yeah, here we go. For some reason, there's a little. There. I don't know why. Okay, let's put the yeah, vaults. I've tried last night. They were on 10 meters for a few hours. I tried maybe half an hour, and I was not able to contact them. The pilot was crazy, but I will try it again. Okay, putting up the websites that I use. EIBI space for frequencies. HF underground for pirates, and Prion for number stations, which will give me usually the next number stations will be, of course, M12 in 2 hours from now. So that is up and okay. And let's start this. I'm going to tune. CHU here. it would be better to tune CHU if I turned on the power to the GA490 outside, which definitely makes a huge difference. And so here we go, guys. Welcome aboard. This is the live shortwave stream, and we are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. We, of course, talk about radio. I do have a new little radio that came in. Not came in, but I went to this little electronic store that's kind of a weird store not far from here to see what they have, and I came home with this little AM FM shortwave radio from Prunus. And what attracted me also on it is that it is also solar powered, so which I thought was kind of nice as a feature. So I haven't really tested much of it yet, so I'll be playing with that. Paid $25, which was very inexpensive. So that is something we'll talk about a little bit. And we also will talk about lithium batteries. Remember last week we talked about lithium batteries? I don't remember who it was in the chat room that said that he returned his lithium batteries because they were noisy. Well, those are not noisy at all here, the ones that I have. And they come with a charger. They are branded Dracutum. And so, anyways, more on that later. Welcome aboard, everybody. This is the Shortwave Live Show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time, and we have fun with radio. Listen to the radio, tune the radio, talk radio, and radio. If you don't like radio, I'm not sure what you're doing here, because this is a place where we will talk about radio. And sometimes we go on to other subjects, but we try to focus as much on radio as possible. And so this is a lot of fun to be here every Saturday and just hang out with you guys, listen to the bands, talk about radio, answer questions. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And, of course, we are here every week. There's no set time. Somebody was asking me, well, last week you did 5 hours. Is it always like that? There's no set time. A show could technically last only 2. It could last 7. I don't remember what the record is, but it was like 7 or 8 hours almost. So at least 6 hours. And, it depends on so many things and how things are going and the feedback and what we're listening to. And there's so many things that just make it, usually, at some point there's a moment where you're like, okay, I think I got nothing to talk about anymore. So we kind of shut it down. A lot of the feedback and a lot of the things we talk about also come from the chat room. So depending on the activity in the chat room, that also helps. And we, of course, have a Facebook group, which is the same name as the channel, official SWL channel. 4,300 members there and counting. And we, of course, have a lot of things happening in that group. I need to check a little more. There's a lot of stuff in the group that I noticed that gets stuck in the kind of it's been hold like spam or in depending on where the activity. So sometimes there are posts that are actually stuck, and I need to approve them. So I've trying to make that a little better. I've been trying to play also with the settings to try to have more of them go without, you know, Facebook blocking them. But anyways, it's a great place to be. That's where we continue sharing what we listen to and the radios we have and the antennas and just have fun. And so this is great. And of course, here is a fantastic chat room with fantastic people. And this is a lot of fun to see people interacting, helping each other, and just having fun with radio as usual. There's a couple of ways you can help me out if you wish to do so, and it brings things like winners of prizes. Those that have the CIDX membership winners of last week, you will be getting an email this weekend about it. Of course, we have our friend Ido Head that is to expect a surprise box in the mail. And also a Quotosend DX286, thanks to Blogger Die and Quotosend. So lots of fun things that can happen, and that is for people that contribute. So through the super chat here, you can give a little something, and of course that adds you to next time, which will be probably in May or June, that we will have 2 more memberships for the Canadian International DX Club to give away. And there's the Pizza Fund and Cat Treats. And this can be done also through PayPal at the email that I just posted in the chat room. And your contributions help a lot. They help buy new radios. They help buy batteries. They help me continue to do this in a live show every week. And, of course, make videos. And just it's really, really helpful, guys. You have no idea, so if you can spare a little something, whatever amount, doesn't matter the amount, please do. It's always much welcome for all of this. So, here we go. We start. So I've got all my pages open. I was listening to some 10-meter activity here on the Yesu. There was a station on 28422, which was from Aruba and the Caribbean. It's kind of interesting. And of course, I was chasing the famous the expedition. And of course, always been looking at, there's a lot of the stations for the Worldwide Award, which is kind of fun. I like kind of chasing them. Been doing a little more SSB voice lately than FT8, which I find interesting. And, people always say, well, I call CQ, nobody answers. Did a little experiment yesterday. I called CQ on 3 different bands, 10, 12, and 15. And on 10, at the 3rd CQ call, got a station that came back to me from Louisiana. On 12, it took me 4 tries. At the 4th one, I got a station from the Netherlands. And on 15, at the 2nd try, I got a station from California. So, if you call CQ and take that microphone, you participate and you add to the traffic and you add to what's happening out there. And there are other people listening, as it wasn't that long that a station came back on the air. So there is definitely is... It's pretty cool. Okay, Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you here. The Vaults, nice to have you on board from Latvia. Hope you are well. Mike Beek, nice to have you on board from Colorado. Danny, nice to have you here. And hope that everything's all right. And by the way, I put the camera in the window because just in case it happens, they are going to be doing the snow removal on the other side of the street later on. Who knows? Maybe with a little bit of luck, if they do start at, because here often they start at the exact time that it starts. It's supposed to be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And very often at 7 p.m. when the time slot starts, they're usually here. So if we ever go to 7 p.m. and we have that, I'm going to show you a little bit of the snow removal, how it happens here. And I'll tune the CB band. You'll see that a lot of the trucks that actually get the snow also they all have CB radios, and there's a lot of them on those frequencies. So this is in case it happens, it could be a lot of fun for you guys also. Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board from Northeast Illinois. It's very cold here too. It's been very cold, and it's going to be cold this week too. And we had some snow, quite a lot of snow here in Montreal. Free to choose, nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. J'espère que tu vas bien. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you on board from Florida. Free to choose says, according to the European Space Agency, today is World Pizza Day. So that explains why I'll have to have pizza. And last week it turned out to be sushis. I ended up eating sushis. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you on board. WDX2ROE. And we have MPRTG of TVG. Nice to have you here, Bobby Burgess. And Louisiana, Morgan City, Louisiana, WA5107SWL. Gabriel Soto, nice to have you here from Uruguay. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. VA3JPX, nice to have you on board from Ottawa. And Brian Leisner, nice to have you on board. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL, Snowy, New Jersey. RJ Dakota, nice to have you on board in cold, snowy day in Winsville. Blogger Eye, nice to have you on board from Virginia with an Ethon Elite Executive, the radio of the day. I saw two Ethon radios on a picture, when I sometimes, Facebook kind of brings you a memory of, oh, this happened 8 years ago or whatever. Well, today there was one from 7 or 8 years ago with two Ethon radios that I had in a box. So, and it just jumped at me that, oh, where are my Ethon radios? I need to find them. I want to play with them. It's been a long time since I actually picked up one of those. Jet NG, nice to have you on board. We have Rick Myers, KO4OSA, nice to have you here. 70 degrees and sunny in South Daytona, Florida. Turning cold again tomorrow. Ron Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. And we have Brian Leisner. We'll be using the 909X and NRSP. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board from North Illinois. Brian Leisner, snowing here in Philadelphia. Memory the Fisherman. Memory the Fisherman. Nice to have you on board. And it's been a while, but I'm getting back into shortwave radio. All right. Gabriel says it's 32 Celsius there, 89 Fahrenheit. So that's warm. That's warm in Uruguay. I would expect that it's supposed to be warm. Although, in some places you never know because some people, there was a ham operator that was in that I made contact with in Ecuador, but he was in the Andes mountain quite high, so it was kind of cool because of his elevation. Brian Leesner says, correction, PL99EX. JetNG received WSUA, WKGM, WRNL, and WCPA AM via 2 analog shortwaves and 1 HD radio this past week. Pretty cool. Mr. Bios, nice to have you here from France. Bienvenue. Bienvenue, mon ami. Old radios, I got this Radio Shack scanner thing. I haven't put batteries in, otherwise not much radio-wise. Nice to have you here. Put batteries in it, tune around. You just scan around. You'd be surprised what you could get. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. The vaults. So yeah, I tried. Like I said yesterday, I tried. I'm not surprised it didn't hear me because on 10 meters last night, when I tried, his signal here was not very strong actually. And I could not, he did not, never made, and this was a SSB voice, and he never made contacts with, I don't think he made contact with any Canadian stations. I think the propagation with down and up here in Canada wasn't the best yesterday. So he wasn't that strong, which means I probably was very weak there. And so, but I'm going to try again this weekend and this week to get that station from a rare DX spot, actually, which is, how is it called? The trying to remember the exact name of the expedition spot. Let me just get the, I'm going to add the, got it here in my. So it's the Seychelles Island, the Seychelles Island, which is a small, very small, almost a piece of rock to the west of Puerto Rico in the Caribbean Ocean. So they are right now on CW. I could see here that they're on 24892 CW is the only frequency active at this time. So, and they're running on solar power, which is kind of interesting. So 24892 CW is where they are right now. And it's 92.3 Fahrenheit. But I think they're running remote. The equipment's there, but they're they're in Puerto Rico running remote. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here in 5 KVO from South Texas. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Memory to Fisherman, are analog scanners still useful? They can be, but it depends where you live. Here in Montreal, an analog scanner still picks up tons of communications. I can't hear the police, things like that, because they're encrypted, but I can hear a lot of other types of traffic, including trains and airplanes and delivery companies and some marine stuff. So quite a lot. It really depends where you are and what's around you. Some areas are quieter than others. Some are still analog on everything. There are a lot of places in the U.S. where the law enforcement is still completely analog. So, like I said, it really depends where you live. Jet NG, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Florida in 1 week on the medium wave bands in New York City. That's good. Nick Amanda, nice to have you here from Romania. Don Royal, nice to have you on board from Sun City, Arizona. Broke down and bought the SDS 150 scanner. Great radio. Cool. Vaults has got them on 10 yesterday and 15 today. Failed on 12 meters. Don't really have a decent antenna for that, and pileup is crazy, of course. Brian Leisner, my newest cheapie for the week is, please don't laugh, the Pronus J165. Can't resist. It's actually not bad. These radios, I did turn on this one. This one, the model number is Pronus. I have to check the box. I don't remember the model number, but I just turned it on and did a very quick tuning. And on medium wave, on AM, it seemed to be not that bad. On FM, of course, it was okay. On shortwave, that's where I haven't really tested much of it. So I don't know. They're okay. I mean, what can you expect for radios that are like 20-25 bucks? Not too much. Especially, I used it as a Bluetooth speaker, just to play Glenn Hauser's World of Radio. It was kind of fun. Marvin Motz, nice to have you here from Beijing and Middle Kingdom, where I don't know, he left now, but where our Canadian Prime Minister is making deals in China. Wired Dave, nice to have you on board from Temple, Texas. 50 Fahrenheit. Got a little something on my lip that's kind of annoying. So Brian Lee's $11.95 for the J165. For $11.95, I do the same thing. I go somewhere and I see a radio at $10 or $15. It's like, coming on with me, baby. That's for sure. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Jay Watterson 69 is here for Paul the Cat, which actually just fell asleep on the bed, so I don't know. My WDX50 is here for Moscow Nights. Yeah, we'll try to hint that with Moscow Nights tonight. Yeah. We'll be checking that out for sure. Let's pay Alan Wiener for the to have a Moscow Nights 24 hours of Moscow Nights, 500 kilowatts, 9330. That'd be kind of fun. Man, we're going to talk about that. The end of World's Last Chance, 9330. Gone from the bands. And that's kind of interesting. The World's Last Chance went bankrupt. So no more broadcasts are going on right now on 9330. Alan Wiener, of course, did a little post saying, if you want to rent airtime, I don't know how much it would cost to rent airtime on 500 kilowatts 9330. But it could be interesting to have something on that for sure. It's a pretty good transmitter and has a good coverage worldwide. By the way, Brian Leesner, thank you for the donation through PayPal. Much appreciated. As I'm looking at my email, you could see it come through. It's kind of interesting to see that that thing is gone now. So I guess I won't have more interference and overloading from 9330. Mr. Bios, to start, I'd like to know what are your top 3 talk radio in the U.S. I'm from France. Well, I don't listen to U.S. radio personally because I'm in Canada, so I don't really. I sometimes do a band scan on the bands, but if I am to listen to stations, I'll listen to things like WBZ Boston, and or some new stock stations like it could be WINS 1010, but most of the time I get CFRB rather than WINS. It could be Bloomberg 1130. It could be there's a few news stations around that area that I will listen to. Could be a 770 WABC and things like that. It's hard to understand how someone could manufacture radio, ship across the world, and cost around 10. I know. It's crazy. I personally am amazed at that. Also, I'm amazed that like the little SI 4734 ish or 35 ish radios that have the little chip in it, which does everything. And I guess that is the key to it. That radio chip now is what everybody uses. I mean, the company that manufactures silicon integrated this chip is making a fortune out of it. I mean, they're selling like crazy, and it's a full radio. So basically, all you have to do is put a few more components around it if you want to do a little more, and plastic mold, and cost them almost nothing. But it is absolutely crazy to think that you can purchase a radio. I look at the radio that I purchased here at Addison Electronics for $13 and some cents. I mean, $13 Canadian. It's not even $10 in the U.S. It's crazy. I absolutely agree. It's how crazy it is. Bill Penna, nice to have you here from Harrisburg. Craig Martinetti, Galcom in Allenton, Ontario, make fixed-tuned solar-powered radios. Huh? 0-100, nice to have you here. KD2ANN in New Jersey. And Happy New Year to you, too. So what is the frequency? Well, I just said that right now they're on only on CW mode. If you guys want to see where they are, simply go to the Secheo Island The Expedition here. This is the page. And if you go down this page, you'll see that there's a square just below the weather. And that square has RDU telemetry data. And it tells you what frequencies they're on at a certain time. So they could be on two frequencies at the same time. They're of radio A and B there. So here's the link to the Expedition page. And there you'll always know where they are and what mode they're using. So they've been going from CW to FT8 to some SSB voice. Yesterday I tried FT8 on 30 meters, and I tried 10 meters SSB voice. So Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Yeah, it's a question of wages and also of very cheap, manufacturing. It's crazy. All right, Don, nice to have you on board. K2ADC, you should be getting your email this weekend for the CIDX membership that you won last week. K2ADC. I believe I have your email. If I don't, please send me your email at officialshortwaveradio@gmail.com. Brian Leisner, all of the cheapies with the analog-like tuning need a gentle touch and a little patience to get used to. Yeah, that tuning is extremely sensitive. You have to go very, very slow. Blogger Dice says, I was just looking at an analog dial DSP radio. Basically 8 to 18 megahertz takes up about 2 inches of dial. Yeah. That's very jam-packed, I can tell you that. What else do we have? Brian Leesner generally put them on the shelf. The J165 sat next to me all week long. And Jet NG, I have my PL330 with my Fire tablet for FT8. All right. So now they're not doing FT8 right now. They're really doing just CW according to their web page. So at Gert, nice to have you on board from Belgium. And Brian Leesner says JU165 starts at 4.7 megahertz, which I really like too. Any of these start out too high. Yeah, I that's what I hate. There are a few of them that start like at 6 megahertz, and I'm like, I'd like you to start at, start lower. So ideally start at 3. But, if you get at least a chunk of the 60-meter band. Brian Leesner, if you have Android, FT8RX works great. Yes, absolutely. Byron 2000, nice to have you here from the UK. Megan says Prunus radios tend to have a hidden shortwave band. Usually the band selectors switch between medium wave and shortwave settings as the hidden shortwave band starting lower. So, I'll be checking that. La Pointe 34, nice to have you here. VA2HEV from Pierrefonds. Bienvenue. Nice to have you here. Chicopee Radio. I have an RTL SDR and I have it running on SDR++ on 162.475 weather band. So, pretty cool. I'm getting it from Hartford, Connecticut. And we have Nick Hammond out Artemis 2, the first crewed mission to the vicinity of the moon since Apollo 17. 72 will launch in February and has strong ham radio ties with 3 of its 4 astronauts being licensed operators. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Is it still a requirement? Because it used to be. Is it still a requirement among NASA astronauts to have to get their ham license in order to become astronauts, official astronauts? Blogger Dice sold his Ethon E100 a few years ago. JetNG says, yeah. So like I said, I posted the link JetNG for the frequencies used. So once again, like right now, they are on CW only, according to the panel 24892. Let's just see if I could, just out of curiosity, hear a little something in Morse code on 24. Don't seem to be hearing anything. They're probably not very, very powerful, so that also makes it harder for to receive them. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Scotland, where it is misty after a rainy day. All the best. All right. And Brian Leesner dusted off his neglected Pro 43 scanner, using it with airband. It's still kicking. Yeah, turn it on. Martin Netty, I'm now a member of CIDX Club. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Nicole, G6PGV, nice to have you on board. And once you weren't here last week, I think. But I do want to. What the hell fell down? Oh, it's my flashlight. I want to thank you for these. Really, really, really cool. I've been going through them. Really, really a lot of fun in checking them out. The Wireless World magazines. For those that weren't here last week. So these are from 1933. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So really, really nice. So going through all of those, and I like the old style paper look. So the battery you can depend on. This is just really, really cool. So thank you so much once again. This is just fantastic. Just fantastic. So nice to have you here, Nicole. G6PGV. Brian Leisner can hear SEPTA analog UHF 502 megahertz. SEPTA is a public transportation in Philadelphia. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, shortwave is very fiddly on the cheapies, absolutely. But, you know, when you do it slowly and everything, you do get stuff. You do get some of the stations. Some of the stronger stations do come in. Marvin Motz, I love your SDR readout on your left side monitor. Which software is that? The middle section looks like Star Wars. Yeah, this is my Yaesu. It's actually the Yaesu FTDX10 output that is on my screen there. So the middle part is because I put it in 3D. Because if you put it normal, you can have a normal display. But I like the so let me just check out multi. You can remove, so I can have a normal waterfall like an SDR, most SDRs. But I like the 3D. I find that it's kind of more appealing to me, and a lot of people find it gimmicky. I did too at first, but now the more you understand how to really set it correctly to have a good visual, the more I'm now. That's the only thing I use. So this is really the this if I stop the screen, actually it's the same thing that's on the radio here. There's a small screen, a touch screen on front of the FTDX10. It's exactly the same thing that's displayed there. Brian Lee's, out of curiosity, I looked at WWCR airtime rental. It's actually affordable. I sometimes listen to YouTube's own review, bro. He does half hour of news, half hour of music requests. Yeah, WRMI on their main page, they even advertise on the air also from time to time, and they're saying, hey, you can be on the air for $60 an hour. So it's it's not that expensive when you think about it. Have your own radio show on the air. Jim Gordon, does anyone remember Radio Peking's theme in The East is Red? It was an old revolutionary opera and quite nice to listen to. Brian Leisner, the XH Data D219 is still $9.99. Incredible. GMAC, nice to have you here from East Tennessee. JetNG tried 248924 for NP3 VI, no luck. In New York City. On 896, you're probably getting, he's probably doing split So he's transmitting on 24892, and he's probably listening up. That's what he was doing yesterday. He was listening up. So if you get tons of CW, 5 to 10 kilohertz up from that frequency, it's probably where everybody's going crazy on the pileup, basically. And actually, if you look here, 24892, I see that. So that's definitely somebody that's trying to reply back, I guess. Yeah, that seems like 895, around 895, there's a lot of, he's probably listening to up, because a lot of Morse code around 894, 895. So he's on 892, but listening on 894 for the station, so that's where the pileup is, actually. What else do we have? Jim Gordon, what do you think about the reports about the skyrocketing cost of RAM chips due to explosion of AI? Is it true? Oh, it's totally true. Computers are going to be very expensive this year. There's a shortage of RAM because all the data centers that deal with AI require so much RAM that basically the priority of those companies are to send the RAM to those commercial and you know, those that have these data centers before sending them to PC makers. So RAM is already expensive right now. It is already very expensive. Actually, it is the RAM is becoming so expensive that what's happening is that some companies going back and releasing old chipsets and old devices that use older RAM that is not affected by the price. So Nvidia, for example, has re-released an old graphics card, which is a very good one, from a few years ago, because it uses RAM that is not the latest generation RAM. It uses older RAM that is not affected by price. So companies are kind of trying to find ways to avoid the price hike. AMD has actually started releasing an older chipset and another older CPUs architecture for the simple reason that they can release, you know, new computers that will be less expensive with the older RAM. Technically, it does mean that it's slower, but the performance is so good that, you know, it doesn't show much. But anything that uses very modern hardware, and it's not just RAM, it's just going crazy. So this year they're thinking that even smartphone sales are going to go down because the prices of smartphones will also be affected by the shortage of RAM, because of the data centers for AI. Brian Leisner, the latest D219 does 1 kilohertz steps, and they eliminated the need for selling North America 10s and EU 9s. Yeah, that is better. You know, why anyways have 9 or 10 choice when you can just go 1 kilohertz at a time? It'll tune everything. It's good for everybody. Steve N9 Med, nice to have you here from the UK. Vaults did not hear them on 30 nor 40. I had few the codes on 80 when they were on FT8 a few days ago. This morning they were actually on FT4 on 80 and 40. Joe, nice to have you here, Joe. Remember when some years ago there was an organization called Ears to Our World, which donated radios to organizations in need in Africa? Yes, that was actually a non-profit run by Thomas Witherspoon's that has the SWS shortwave listening blog post website. So, yep. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from snowy West Michigan. Like it, AI tells me the RAM prices are going up because AI data center demand. Yep, absolutely. And it's already very, very, very expensive. Anybody that wants to have, like 64 gigabytes of DRAM, it's crazy the prices now. Joe, XH Data D219s with 24 packs of batteries would be helpful. Way to introduce people to shortwave listening. Yep, definitely. There's a guy that actually is creating small radio stations that for certain populations in Africa. That also has a he's got a we were looking at that for CIDX, what we could do, and even I was looking at that. Oh yeah, Vaults. It's crazy. The noise here is just totally nuts. Totally nuts. The we were looking at that because they had like $5 radios, that $5 or $7 radios, and so we were thinking of doing a donation to purchase those radios for the people there in different cities. Chicopee Radio, hearing something on 25084. What does it sound like? ZY3WR, Radio Farda is back. Yes. And there's some reactivation of BBC Farsi on shortwave for Iran, which, when we say shortwave is important, well, now that, the government there often cuts internet access, cuts satellite, cuts everything. The only way you can get stuff is through shortwave. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Blogger getting CW on 24896. Where do we have? Getting tons of CW here. So that's the vaults. That's what is crazy here, and that imagine that's on those higher frequencies where I have less noise. Imagine when the lower the frequency I go, the higher that noise is. At the 80 meter band level, my noise floor with the preamp off is S9. Tells you that my conditions here are just horrible for real good DX. But I've been able to pull it off and still make some really good contacts. But now it is worse. Since the new neighbors moved in next door, I really, really, really am missing my 90-year-old lady that didn't make any noise. This is sad, but I have a lot more noise now. So Nicole says, happy you got the mags. I got a whole year's worth. Wireless World was a weekly publication then. It had all the world stations listed each week. So yeah, this is crazy. I was wondering what I was not expecting anything. So when I got the card, actually, if I was not, it always happens like that. I guess it's Murphy's Law. When the postman came, I was in the shower. If it was not for that, I would have gotten them on New Year's Eve. Because I heard the doorbell, but I was in the shower. And I thought, well, I'm not waiting I'm not waiting for any packages. So, I thought, well, I don't know. But then in the post in my mailbox, I had a little card that said, "Oh, I gotta go pick up a package." And because of Christmas and snowstorm we got, bad weather and all sorts of things, I didn't have time to go until after New Year. And I was so surprised when I saw that it was a big tube. It was like, whoa, what's this big tube? And I was looking on it, and then I saw, oh, it comes from Nicole Phillips. So thank you so much. It was really, really a lot of fun to check out. Craig Martinetti, has anyone listened to Radio Mosochesky in Bolivia? It is is it in the Quechua language? I heard them very weak when I was in the park. I did a walk in the park video last summer, and I was it was very, very low noise in the park not far from here, and I put a little wire up, and I had I think it was my PL 990, and I don't remember the exact frequency. I think it's 3310, something like that. I could hear it. It was there, and I could definitely hear some talk. I really, really could hear it in the very low noise environment there. Yeah, it is supposed to be in the Quechua language, I believe. JPX, is there a contest this weekend? Yeah, maybe. I don't follow that much contesting, but it's possible. It is possible when activity is very high in either CW or any other modes. It possibly is a contest. GMAC getting 15770 Radio Prague, Okeechobee, Florida French. I was surprised the other day to buy iTunes 9395. Just see what's on, and caught Radio Prague on French at 02 UTC, and at 0230 it was the English language Prague. So if it's every night, I'm going to try to remember to listen to it. The signal wasn't too bad. So, CW on 26636.2. VT Radio, nice to have you here. Paul, AA1SU, checking from northern Vermont. I was here last week, but had a bad cold and had to leave to take a nap. Hope you're feeling better this week. GMAC, yeah, the video cards when the crypto was a big thing, and they were actually they needed tons and tons of video cards to do the processing. Oh man. Gamleman, nice to have you here from Norway, LB1NH. Much appreciated. Well, I guess you're not in so good relations with them to go there with a bucket full of ferret clips. I don't think it's something I would do, personally. I mean, they are nice, but they are weird in some way. So I wouldn't tend to want to go there. I'm wondering if their furnace that they have that I see with the heat exchange outside is as if it's not coming from there. Since they moved in, I have this regular. Like, I'll put myself on 20 meters, I'll be at S3. It lasts for about 15 seconds. Then it goes up to S8 for 10 seconds. then comes back to S3 for another 10 to 15 seconds. And it doesn't stop. It's like that most of the time, day, night, whatever. The only time that I noticed that my noise floor is much lower is I noticed that when I turn on the radio around midnight, they're probably sleeping or something. Very often I have a lot less noise around midnight. But man, it's driving me completely nuts. It's because it's kind of removing the fun out of radio here. ZY3WR also have a question about 292 on 9670 on holiday. They changed the transmitter for 2 days to the UK one, and in short, why is that? Couldn't they keep the usually transmitter or the holiday one? I know that they do maintenance on 9670, and sometimes when they do maintenance, it does happen that they're off the air for a few days. The time that the maintenance is done, so it's probably that happened. They probably did some maintenance there, basically. So what else do we have? That Y3WR, don't know if it's new, but Vatican Radio on Vietnamese language. Yeah, no, I think it's it's one of those broadcasts they already had. Free to choose 15770 in Italian. So they've changed their broadcast at 21 UT. What else do we have? So as I'm already down to chat, let me just check if there's any pirates, first of all. Any pirates right now on the bands? If we look at, so Mixed Radio International, 6929, 6856, 57, 6870. All these frequencies are listed. So let's check it out. MRI, Mixed Radio International. So not hearing anything on Mixed Radio here, Mixed Radio International, but they were on at 2042, so 20 minutes ago was reported the last time. So I guess they might still be on, I don't know. So Mixed Radio, MRI, Mixed Radio International might be there right now. Okay, so the panel of the Seychelles Island is now empty. It doesn't show a frequency. So I don't know if they've stopped their CW. We're going to be looking at that panel because they are on 24 hours a day. They are on 24 hours a day. Right now. So they're supposed to be on a frequency constantly on the there. So we have so Vault says, Club Log last QSO 2 minutes ago, they tend to turn off completely, I noticed. Okay. So I guess they're going to show back, they're going to come back in maybe another mode or another band. So WBCQ, let's talk about WBCQ. 9330 was off. I saw some people were saying, hey, it's gone. And then on the WBCQ website, Alan Weiner posted a message saying that they were looking for people that wanted to read some airtime on a Superpower 9330. And basically, they were looking for anyone that would want to rent some airtime there. It would seem that the World Last Chance Flat Earth Gang, they got bankrupt. So no more money. And so it's interesting because the first thing I thought was, well, they paid for the transmitter and the antenna. So I guess it's now a free gift to WBCQ or something. There's so many things that could be fun to have on that very powerful transmitter. I was thinking, man, if somebody would just here's money, put the World Radio Network on 9330 24 hours, and continue the pattern of the different areas around the world, and just let World Radio Network go through all the time. That would actually give us some interesting programming we could tune in. 9330, although not always coming in, most of the time it was very powerful here. So many things could be there. An idea that I was telling Sheldon yesterday, and we were wondering, if the heritage minister here in Canada, where they give money for all sorts of projects, and I was thinking, is like, man, wouldn't it be cool to have Radio Canada International a few hours a day on that transmitter, at least English and French? That would be something so cool. I mean, it's a rotatable antenna. It has a lot of 500 kilowatts. You don't even have to to rent it at 500 kilowatts if you don't want to. You can just rent airtime and say, hey, I'm going to rent it half power, 250, and so that it costs less money. But it definitely is an amazing spot for transmitting. It is definitely an amazing transmitter and antenna. And I mean, all the stuff that could be there is really cool. What would be interesting there? I don't know. I was thinking, should I start a GoFundMe and see how much money we could raise and put programming on that? I'd have to write to WBCQ and say how much would it be to rent airtime on 9330 via that transmitter, just out of curiosity. So and I guess they don't change the frequency, because they, even in the message that is posted, if Alan Weiner just mentions, if you want to be on 9330, which makes me kind of think that it's stuck on 9330 and they can't change the frequency. So I don't know, that could be interesting. And I did think somewhat seriously yesterday about, I'm gonna try a GoFundMe for, and see if we can get something on that transmitter that could be cool and interesting for DXers and radio, shortwave radio listeners, something quality that would be fun to listen to. So I don't know what we could do with that, but it was bound to happen. I mean, all the time that they were on, I was wondering, where did they get their money? Where does a Flat Earth World's Last Chance gang get money to spend like that? And well, obviously they weren't getting that much because they got bankrupt. But definitely something interesting. Um, that would be there. Chicopee Radio found a Spanish pirate on 10370. Oh, interesting. Is it on now or at what time? Chicopee Radio. Alan Willie, nice to have you here, and says I'm still doing reception reports for 5 different shortwave stations monthly. By the way, I got my ham test completed this week and will now be VO1AND. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to make a contact. That'll be cool. That'll be cool. Mike B, yeah, that antenna, WBCQ's antenna, is absolutely cool. It's crazy. Johnny Z. Fradley says, I'm on the 3rd part of the BBS documentary you suggested. It's pretty good so far. Yeah, it is. It's fun also, the fact that you see the both sides, the sides of the people that were calling in to the BBSs, the user, and the sysops that were running them, and also seeing the old computers running the old computers running the BBSs. So he's back. This Sheo expedition is back on Morse code on the same frequency, 24892. 24892. So Radio Gilles International. That is, it'll be interesting. 10370. Let's go. 37. Do I hear anything here? Nothing here, but I will try it on the Yaesu. 10 megahertz isn't too bad usually here. So I'm not getting anything here. And one of the things I want to try, by the way, was to hear one. I want to listen to those HF trading stations. They're all supposed to. They're all supposed to ID now every 30 minutes in either voice or Morse code. So, and a few people heard the Morse code identifications of their call signs. So, I want to try to get those and identify their call sign and be able to, with the help of the FCC database, identify their location. The transmitter location. One that was heard IDing is in Chicago. So this is kind of interesting. Bill Penna, the flat earthers should use FM since it's line of sight and there's no curvature to block the signals. Yeah, I know. Why shortwave? Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. The Wind and E8RH, nice to have you on board from Seneca County, New York. And Darren Rogers is from Long Island, New York. Volts was a BBS sysop between 95 and 97, roughly. So, if you haven't seen it, Volts, I was referring to YouTube, has a, it's a 6-part documentary, I don't remember how many parts, about the BBS scene. This is very interesting. Very interesting. And boy, did it bring me back in the good old days of dial-up BBSs. I still remember when I got my own phone line when I was, I was 18 years old. And I got my own phone line because my mom was tired of me hogging the phone all the time because she couldn't get calls or make calls. So I thought, okay, we're gonna fix it. I'm gonna have my own phone line. And then it was like, yeah, now I got my own phone line. I can be on the BBS's 24 hours a day if I want to. Doesn't matter anymore. And so this was kind of cool. And boy, that's so much fun. That and get-togethers, GTs, doing get-togethers. Back day, we were doing get-togethers at a place here in Montreal called the Peel Pub, because it was inexpensive, and so we were able to we would go there for cheap food, cheap beer, and they had the wireless trivia consoles, which we had a lot of fun with. So we would go and get one of those consoles and play trivia all night. And it was so cool because the trivia was like linked all through the East Coast. So all the bars that had those consoles, we were kind of competing with them. So the bars would actually have there would be a chart. They would say like, okay, that bar from New York now is number one in this round. And sometimes our Peel Pub in Montreal was number one, and you could see where you were in the scores with other pubs and other bars. That was so cool too. I remember going there and just having so much fun. I was eating the same thing. I'd go there, I'd get a pizzagetti, which was half pizza, half spaghetti, and I think it came with a Caesar salad, and then big pitcher of beer, and I would just spend the night there. And it was cool because if you were playing with the trivia, if you were the highest score in the bar was they would win a free beer pitcher, a 60-ounce pitcher. So what would happen is that our gang was pretty strong. There was two strong gangs, us, and we were very nerdy, and there was another gang there that was very nerdy. And it was pretty much a battle between us or that other gang. It was really cool. But man, I remember we would buy our first beer pitcher, and most of the time we didn't have to buy beer for the rest of the night because we'd win free beer during the night. It was a lot of fun. Great memories from those good old days of being young, 18, 19, 20 years old, and hanging with a gang of the BBS gang. I still have a couple of the guys from the time that we still communicate, and actually I couldn't attend, but there was a get together of one of the BBSs that was the most popular one that I was going through. And there would have been a lot of people from the good old days that I would have met again. Unfortunately, because of my caregiving duties, I wasn't able to go. But boy, would have loved to go and see what they look like 30 years later. Old radios had to organize my storage unit this week. I know where my Commodore stuff is now. Cool. What else do we have? RGA Dakota says, Flat Earthers running a shortwave station sounds like a little over the top to me. The idea of them running this type of operation is a bit outrageous. And not just that, it's like I always laughed every time because they would say that, World's Last Chance was transmitting to a global audience, which assumes it's a globe, which assumes it's not flat, I guess. So it's like, man, this This was crazy. Still remember the modem wars. A part of the documentary talks about the modem wars where, what, you mean you're still on 2400 baud modem? You haven't updated to 9600 yet? And the computer war between people. The TRS-80 guys hated Commodore, and the Commodore guys hated TRS-80, and there was all the PC guys, and there was the Mac guys, and there was everybody like hated each other. It was like, you know, you got a Commodore 64, you dare come in to my, you know, PC, to my DOS, you know, BBS running on a PC. Or, you know, Commodore would go into a TRS-80 BBS, and how dare you, Commodore crap. Oh, man. I liked my Commodore 128 for that. My Commodore 128 has a 80-column RGB output, and I had the monitor for it. So what was cool is that because it had 80 columns, and the best BBS terminal, the best terminal that existed ever, for me on the Commodore side, was made for the Commodore 128 to run on 80 columns. And it had ANSI and all of those things from like the late 80s that you would get from DOS based BBSs. And it was cool because I could go to these BBSs and my PC would kind of register as if I was a normal PC because of the 80 columns. Oh well, good old days. Old radios never had my own phone line for dial-up. I had to, and I told you guys I would sell games to my friends at school, and those games were like 4-hour downloads. So typically what I would do is if I got the line before going to school, I'd have the download starting and going through. And I know that, when I came back from school, that download would have been done and, the computer would have hung up. And so I would have just, be ready to have another game and try another game. So I let that run through the day, basically. Sometimes I would run the download going through on the Commodore, in the morning, come home for dinner, and I would eat lunch and start another download and go back to school. And so, my phone line was pretty much hogged all the time. I started at 300 baud too. Johnny Z, 8 parts, each around 45 minutes. Yeah, something like that. And it's great to watch. DH1AO started packet radio, AX25 with 1 K2 on Linux in the 90s. Yeah. Nice to have you here from Germany, my friend. Old radios had to get shelves for my storage unit and named my containers. That is good. A very good idea, actually. Rick Myers, I played NTN Trivia at my favorite bar back in the day, competing against my friends. Was a lot of fun. That's what it was called, right? NTN Trivia, was it the name it had? That was so cool. NTN Trivia. Need to look at locations. There are still some trivia bars. I see here trivia bar location search. So there are some bars still doing some trivia stuff. Well, this could be a lot of fun. I need to find one in Montreal. and go and spend an evening. I'd like that. eFog3, nice to have you on board, my friend. Yeah, Modem Wars. I was the only one probably in Montreal to have a 2400 baud modem on my Commodore 128, a JVC modem. And the only way it would reach 2400 baud is when I was using the Commodore 128 mode, because the Commodore 128 has a command called fast, which doubles the CPU speed to 2 megahertz. And that made it fast enough that it could actually deal with the 2400 baud traffic. On a Commodore 64, I'm not even sure it was able to reach that. Yeah, the Trash 80, the TRS 80. AOL, oh god, AOL. VA3JPX Maximus was my BBS software with front door. Oh man. The vault, so for here we usually had Maximus 3.01 BBS software running under DOS or OS2 and the FidoNet mailer in front. Yeah, FidoNet. Yeah, wow. One day, my grandfather had a TRS 80 Model 1 that he let me know. He made me use, let me use, and then my first computer was a TRS 80 color computer with 4K memory. Programs were on cassette tape. Yep. And I got a little ZX81 here that I got given from Sheldon. For some reason, I can't get an output. I plugged the, I found a power supply, and I looked at everything. I put it on the, TV, and I don't have an image. So I'm not sure it works or not. Mr. BIOS, how many radios do you have? Oh God, if you want to calculate all the radios, that means all the portables and everything. I don't know, 100. I think I calculated I had something like 130, 140 radios total. Blogadai, American People, Link, Bex, CompuServe. Yeah, CompuServe. I would see all of these ads of CompuServe and the Computers Gazette magazines. Gary Graham passed his tech test today. Congratulations. Welcome to the Amateur Radio Club. Vols Security, so take care, my friend. Always nice to have you here. We'll have to try to do a voice contact at some point. VA3JPX, then when Freenet came around, it was a game changer. Yeah. I will always remember how I was so amazed the first ever time that I got into a real-time chat. No more going on BBSs, leaving a message, coming back 6 hours later to see if anybody answered. A real chat live with people, and I was like, this is so cool. We're all talking together at the same time. Things like that were just amazing. And the internet then opened up so much. It was a cool time to discover all of that. Mr. Bios says, what's your favorite brand for radio? I don't have a favorite brand. I don't have a favorite brand. I will brand as, or most brands have good and not so good radios for the most part. And I'm not loyal to a specific brand personally. Even on amateur radio. I mean, when somebody asked me, why did you get a Yaesu FTDX10? Simple answer. And it's really that. Simple answer. I thought, hey, I never got a Yaesu. I got a ICOM ICR 8500. I got a Kenwood R5000 right behind me here. So I got a Kenwood. I got an ICOM. I never had a Yaesu. Time to get a Yaesu. And it turns out that it's one of the best radios out there. So, but I'm not brand loyal personally in any way. You know, if I'd have the money and be able to get another radio, expensive radio or a transceiver, I would maybe, you know, get something. I could get an ICOM. I don't know. I don't know what I would get. But it could be a Yaesu again. It could be something else. I'm not loyal to anything on a brand, which is interesting because most hams are brand loyal. Most amateur operators are, you know, ICOM guys or Kenwood guys or Yaesu guys, and they don't buy anything else. So I'm not there. I'm let's explore. Let's see what's out there. Blogger I upgraded my TRS-80 by soldering RAM chips on the back of the existing 32K RAM. The bang switch allowed running OS 9 operating system. Wow. Gary Graham says, I have the addiction. I have 12 radios. Mr. Bios, can you pick up the radio station WSQK from Stranger Things? That'd be good. That'd be great. Man. Mike WX50 says a major character in the show Pluribus chose a Yaesu as well. So, you know. Kevin Michael, nice to have you here. We're spinning the dials yesterday. Earlier today, the bands were dead. So, yeah, there was a little bit of geomagnetic disturbances going on. Just going to check here the space weather, what the conditions are tonight. If I look at space weather, the K index right now is at 4, which is unsettled. So it's very close to being to minor storm level. So I don't know what this is going to be like in the bands, but doesn't necessarily look that great. So here it says weekend aurora forecast. High latitude skywatchers might see auroras this weekend. A stream of high speed solar wind blowing around the earth right now, and the pressure it is exerting on our planet magnetosphere could spark G1, G2 class storms January 17th and 18th. So that means conditions could be off and on good. And the solar flux right now is 139. So in 23 minutes we will try the CW M12 spy number station 6879. I'm going to put this radio on 6879 already so I don't miss it. CW. So it's going to be there. 6879. And let's talk a little bit. Mixed radio's on 6840. Let's go and check out if I hear that. Yep, it's coming in. $68.40 is definitely Mixed Radio International. coming in, Pirates. So Mixed Radio International is coming into Montreal at this time. So this is one of those parts that I hear regularly here. Take care, Gary Graham. Hope to hear you on the band soon. So, okay, here we go. Okay, one of the things that I did this week, because we talked about it last week, and Brian Leisner was the one that was telling us that he had purchased some This is weird. Okay. Anyways, missing something. He purchased some lithium rechargeables, lithium-ion rechargeables AA. So this is what I got this week. So I got a. So these are the batteries and the casing here. So these are lithium-ion AA's that actually give out 1.5 volts. So rechargeable. So I purchased them on Amazon, and it came. So this is the box of what I purchased: Dracutum, and it comes with a charger, which is capable of charging 8 batteries AA. But depending on what you choose when you go on Amazon, check it out, because they have hybrids, which is AA, AAA. So they have one which has 4 AAAs and 4 AA's rechargeable. I chose the one with AA's. And so it comes with the charger. This is the charger, which is pretty cool. If you buy them, check it out, because some actually have and come with a USB port on the battery itself that you could charge the battery with a cable. So no charger needed, basically. And there was a deal when I purchased the charger plus 8 AA batteries that came with it. Which was something like $35 Canadian. There was a deal. If I put the little check mark, I could have 8 more AA's for $5 more. So I thought, oh, this is cool. For $40, I'll have 16 batteries and the charger. So I actually got that. What happened is last week we started talking, and Brian Leisner said that the ones that he had seemed to make and create noise on the radio. And I was kind of curious about that, because since they are lithium ion, technically they give out 3.7 volts, which means the battery itself needs to have a regulator circuit to give you 1.5 volts in the output. So I thought, well, could that regulator be noisy? And, I guess it could on maybe certain models. So I tried them, and actually I got them here on the Sony. So this is what is powering my Sony ICF 7600. I also put some in the my Texan PL 680. And they're zero noise. I haven't detected any noise coming from that. So basically, I guess maybe it's because those that I have don't do any noise. I really don't know. But anyways, these are pretty good. And so I could... Here's very noisy in the room, but I could hear CFRA. I could hear CFRA out of Ottawa here on the 580 on 580 kilohertz on the Sony radio. So I also did some shortwave, a little bit of shortwave on the Texan PL680, and zero noise, zero noise. So these are interesting for one major thing. I have devices here that refuse standard rechargeables. Why? Because if you look at any rechargeable, the nickel metal hydride, the NIMH, and the old nickel cadmiums that used to be, they give out 1.2 volts, not 1.5 like alkaline batteries. And in some devices, that actually creates a problem. The device doesn't work. An example, I've got a blood pressure monitor here that refuses to work when I put rechargeables. It works only with alkalines. Now, I could put these rechargeables and it works. And the reason is they actually give you 1.5 volts, exactly like alkaline batteries. So I'm happy with that purchase, and I guess as my stock of, because I probably have, I'd say I have probably 50 or 60 NIMH batteries here. And some of them are starting to get older. They're like, 7, 8, 9 years old. And rechargeables have two ways that they wear off. One is, of course, heavy use, which means that you charge them all the time. They have a number of cycles that, as every time you charge them, they're technically a little less powerful than they were before. And because the chemistry between the chemistry and the chemicals inside, over time, that reaction isn't perfect. So you lose capacity over time. And so the batteries don't last as long. So I'll of course use all of these batteries all the time again, but as the NIMH batteries slowly over time, wear off and might not work really well after a certain time, I will be probably changing those batteries for lithium-ion rechargeables instead. Now, it's a video I'm going to make because I want to do a little testing between, I want to have some way of making sure that the batteries, the consumption of power of those, of the whatever device I'm going to use, and make a video of, okay, how long does, do AA alkalines, like, Energizer, last versus the NIMH versus the lithium ion, to compare how well each battery performs. So that I think is going to be an interesting one, and I'm going to try to make a video out of that, me testing these batteries and seeing what's better. But for now, I think the lithium ion AA's are going to be my new choice of batteries now. These are going to replace my older rechargeables over time. I find that to be kind of cool and very interesting to use. So, and the fact that they're 1.5, they work on everything. It doesn't matter. I think there's one radio I got here. When I put NIMH rechargeables, the radio works, but the battery indicator never gets to full. It's always half. And so with these, they're probably going to show full because the voltage is there. So kind of fun and no noise. So could some make noise? I don't know. It's possible. It's possible since it has a circuit inside. So that would mean there would be a possibility of that. So if you're wondering, well, I guess this is the brand you should check out on Amazon if you're worried about some making noise, because these are dead quiet. Dead quiet. RJ Dakota says that's like hi-fi guys or car guys. Car people are very brand loyal between Chevy, Ford, and Mopar. Yeah. DH1AO, the only Yaesu I had was a 757. Wasn't bad for the time. Mike WX50, my favorite hi-fi stereo brand would probably be Sansui. They had some great receivers. Ryan Leesner, something is going on. Just got hit with lots of noise. Oops. That ain't good. So Mixed Radio International 6840 is coming in well here. What else do we have? Wired Dave's got a faint signal on 6840. Hey Kevin, nice to have you on board from Florida. Thanks for the donation. And 70 degrees. I had a good bike ride earlier along the beach. Are our drink prices near you? Bar trivia here. A pint of beer and a good, like a respectable bar. A pint of beer will usually go for $10 to $12. Specialized places where they have all sorts of unique beers could be for anywhere from $10 to $16 a pint, Canadian dollars. The bar I go karaoke near here, a pint of beer is I think it's $10.75 for a Sleeman pint of beer, a Sleeman Silver Creek pint. There's another bar that I go to which has more like standard Molson beer. There the beer is like $7 a pint. There are a few places around town, if you're not finicky about the quality of your beer, there are a few places that do have beer pints at maybe $6 to $7.50. But most respectable bars will run you at least 10 to 12 for a standard pint of beer. And if you have shots, a shot is $4.50, $5. And they have cocktails. Cocktails will run you $14, $15, $16 per cocktail. That's roughly the price of drinks in bars here. Westlake, do you have all your radio coax going into your multicoupler, or do you have any going straight through to the antenna? So my Yaesu is straight to the antenna. I got an 80 feet coax that runs out the window here, goes all the side of the house outside, up to the antenna, infed antenna in the backyard. So the Yaesu is the only one that is directly fed with the infed antenna. All the others, the ICOM and any portables that I would put the antenna on, which would be the Shibo GA490 loop outside here in the front, are through the multicoupler. So my loop in the front is connected to the multicoupler, and the multicoupler has 4 outputs. So I have different cables for the different connectors of the different radios, and I can actually just change the cables depending on what I'm going to plug in. My SDR, stuff like that. So the SDR play device will be on the multicoupler, the ICOM on the multicoupler. And portables that I would plug in would be on the multicoupler also. But the only one that is direct, because the reason it is the only one that is direct is because it transmits So the Yaesu has its own cable with the NFET in the back. And there's no danger. People are always asking me, you're not afraid to blow up your multicoupler, your magnetic loop. No, because they are too far apart. The magnetic loop is in the front of the house. The NFET is in the backyard. So the distance between them is too big to blow up anything. But it has an impact. When I transmit with my Yaesu, I see that everything plugged in on my magnetic loop, the signals go down. Because they're overloaded by a very powerful signal. So Brian Leisner's writing that down. So those are great. Penny C, nice to have you here. Brian Leisner says, my noisy batteries add a USB-C port on the battery. So, okay. We're going to have, I'm going to check that out because the Addison Electronics store that I go to, they have the ones with the USB-C port on the battery. So what I'm going to do is I will buy a pack of those and compare. It could be that the USB-C ports, the ones that have the ports, are noisier. It's not impossible. Kevin Michael, what is the next I need to get? Been wanting to get a P25 scan. Yeah. There's, if I had all of the money in the world, I would probably get one of those new scanners that Uniden made, the SDS 150. Sounds really, really cool. But yeah, I don't know. The ICOM ICR30 I got here is capable of a few things that is giving me quite a lot of communications. The NXDN digital mode that it can get. Actually, I've been surprised in hearing so much communications here in Montreal that is on NXDN. There's even some railroad communication, so not too bad for that, but yeah, I don't know. Kevin says, fire up all 140 radios you own at once, tuned to Brother Stare, maybe your neighbors would flee. 140 radios on Brother Stare, oh god, that would be painful. All radios. I didn't buy a radio this week. I bought a Bolex H8 8mm camera. Because Michael, 10 and 11 meters is very weak. Everything below 20 is almost dead. Jet NG, I found a lot of CW in the 24 megahertz band. Brian Leesner, 1.2 volts, don't cut it on some devices. Yeah, no. And especially when you have multiple batteries. You might get you put 6 batteries, it adds up. 6 batteries on 1.5 volts, is 9 volts. 6 batteries at 1.2 volts is only 7.2 volts. And it's almost 2 volts difference. That's starting to be a lot. It's more than the 10% that usually is recommended for the voltage. So a lot of devices, they just don't like it. They don't work well with that. So, And some devices you might not see the difference, and there is. I used to own a scanner. I don't remember what model it was. I noticed that when I put rechargeable 1.2 volts, it required 6 AA's. If I put rechargeables 1.2 volts, the reception was weaker. And I noticed for the first time ever on the weather band. I was listening to the U.S. Weather station just across the border, and I noticed that when I put nickel metal hydrate 1.2 volts, the signal was weak. And if I'd put alkalines at 1.5, signal was stronger. So it had an effect on the amplifier circuit. The RF amp would not perform as well with the lower voltage. And so I guess on some devices and even some shortwave portables, it might have an impact. Chicopee Radio, my RTL is the air glitch, and also my teller is about to die, so we'll play with it again tomorrow. Blogger Die, nice music on 5980, maybe Voice of Turkey. Yeah, that's possible. I think they are on that frequency. Voice of Turkey 5980 usually. So hey guys, we're going to try to catch the you'll try to get the number station on 6879 CW, which should be coming in about a minute, a little more than a minute's time. 6879 CW. If you don't have CW, you can tune 6878 upper sideband or 6880 lower sideband. And so we'll see if we hear the M12 number station coming in. This Cheo the Expedition still only on CW right now on 24892. So we'll see. I'm gonna try something here. I don't know if yeah, WWV is coming in on 25 megahertz here. So seems like it is. It is coming in very weak. It's not very strong, but I'm hearing it very weak. 6879 in Montreal. So it is coming in very weak, which is better than last week. Last week I couldn't hear it at all. Mr. BIOS, I suppose you once tried to create your own radio. Is it difficult, and can you recommend kits and components? Raspberry Pi like. If you want to build your own little radios, I would suggest that you go on Amazon and look at the Elenco kits. ELENCO radio kits. There's a couple of nice kits there. I got one here that I have in front of me that I see there. It's an AM radio that I actually built with. It comes with all the parts. There's one that is an AM FM receiver that you can build your own. It's very well done, and what's nice is that the instructions are really good. They not only help you build the radio, they help you understand each part of the radio, what it does. And so technically you can learn the electronics behind a radio receiver and the different parts. So these are good. I did do, when I was young, I had purchased a electronics magazine, and they had a shortwave radio that you could buy, that you could build yourself, and they were giving you the components and everything. And I remember I had built it. It wasn't very good. I had received a few little signals on it, but it wasn't very good. But you know, it's the fun of building something and there's something, Brian Leisner, about that name Dracutum that makes me, I don't know, want to laugh or something. I don't know why. It's you know, it's like Dracula, and I don't know. Okay, Michael, Molson beer is good. I had one in California. Jet NG had some zero alcohol. Some Bud, zero alcohol, just as this started. Johnny, my dream receiver when I was 16, 1978, was a Yamaha CR 3020, 160 watts per channel. Hey, Craig Martinetti, take care, stay safe. Kevin Michael is not getting much on WWV frequencies. Ryan Leisner, for sure, these batteries look like a better option. Yeah. And, you know, and they charge quite rapidly. The charger works pretty well. The charger has a USB-C port. And I actually plug the charger on my Samsung phone power adapter. So WWV 25 is pretty good.
For more information on Henstein and the WWV project, please visit www.hamsky.org/WWV. Episode 22 hours, 5 minutes. Coordinated music design.
So pretty decent signal on 25 megahertz. Blogger WWV 5-0, 10 fair, 15 weak, 20 fair, 25 good. TSG ENT for dedicated shortwave listening. What you recommend? Long wire or mag loop or something else? It depends on your environment. If you don't have too much noise, you'll have better reception on the long wire. But if it's very noisy where you are, then the magnetic loop will be the second option. Honestly. This is the way it's going to be. All radios, even in death, Brother Stereo, still torturing listeners. Okay, Michael 13055, hearing digital. Brian Leisner, you wind up a couple of volts short. Yep. Isabel Signals 23, listening at New York Radio on 11396. Very good in Florida today. Blogger Ice says, I had a walkie-talkie back in the day that came with 2 blank battery shells for use when not using rechargeables. Yeah, the Radio Shack talkies often came with those 2 shells. So when you were using alkalines, you had to put the shells to lower the voltage. And of course, I never used the shells. I'd put alkalines, and so I would get, I mean, how many batteries did they take? 9? 10? I think they took 10 batteries. So what happened is on 1.2 you'd have 12 volts, which was what the talkie was using. But I remember I would put alkalines and never put the shells. So I would actually, in fact, run them on 15 volts. And they never blew. They never had any issues. But technically, I was now pushing out more power than was legal through the antenna by doing so. But yeah, the Radio Shack realistic walkie-talkies often were like that. They would give you 2 blank battery shells. Oh, I just got a great idea. I think this is gonna be great. I got these lanterns. I've got these lanterns. I'm gonna show you guys the lanterns to test the batteries out. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna test. Now there's something not fair about it, because if we look at the voltage difference, means that there's going to be a power difference in consumption. Because if you have 1.5 volts instead of 1.2, you also will have more amps going through. So these are the lanterns. I got 4 of those, and they run on AA batteries. So for example, if I take 3 lithium, put that here. What I could do is use 3 of the lanterns, one filled with Energizer AA's, alkalines, and one filled with NIMH batteries. And look at this. These are very bright, by the way. And I purchased those on Amazon. I have it 4 different colors. I think it's a yellow, a red, a blue, and a green. And they're very beautiful. Here's their brand name is on it here. I want to see the brand name. So these I love, and they come with a little handle, really nice. I purchased them for power outage, and actually they've been of good use, because here in the stairs that are here in the building, there's no windows. So if the power goes off, it's pitch dark going up and down the stairs here. So I've been using those in the times when we have power outages. So I take 2 of them, and because there's two layers of stairs, and I hang it on the ramp on the wall, and it's enough to give good enough light that you will go up and down the stairs without breaking your neck, because you could see where you're walking. So maybe I could do that. Like take 3 of those and put them on, but do some cycling maybe. Like turn them on, calculate 30 minutes, shut it off, wait a little. And do the same type of cycle with everyone, and check how long each battery will last. Maybe that's an interesting test. It could, it's not scientific-ish, but maybe good enough to kind of see what how good they are. So the next number station to try is 7652. But we'll try 7652 in CW. See if we'll hear it. This is in 8 minutes time from now. Fat Bear, nice to have you on board. Hope you were well. Hope you are well. Jet NG has New York radio strong 11396. PVM 1081. Did you ever hear of Rocket Radio? Nope. Ryan Leesner, Vampire Batteries. Yeah, that's pretty much it. My WX50, take 2 Dracutin and call me in the morning. London 19657, thanks for the donation. Good evening. Much appreciated, by the way. If you also want to help with the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal, this is where it all happens. Just you can send your donation through PayPal. What else do we have? Brand Leeson WWV is good on 25, still weak on the lowers. It will come when it's completely dark. Kevin Michael been using Grundig Satellite 800. It's a juice eater. Oh yeah, that radio must be Two Broke Tim. Nice to have you on board. I wonder if those radios with wind-up power make much electronic noise. The ones that I have here that have wind-up capabilities aren't very noisy in general. TSG and Deluxe sounds like long wire. It is. Thanks. Yep. To give you an idea of performance, my end-fed is kind of like a wire antenna in reality, and it definitely receives better than a magnetic loop if I had no noise. Here, where I'm happy to have the magnetic loop is that there's a trade-off on my Yaesu. Anything above 10 megahertz is better on the end-fed, which is the wire antenna. Anything below 10 is better on my ICOM, and the reason is lower noise, because the magnetic loop and its way of receiving the radio signal kind of eliminates some of the noise. Buckets to carry light around. So these are pretty cool. Michael, have you seen a Ratty RF 919 radio? I did, but I've never used one, so I can't really talk. I've seen some pretty variable comments on it of not being necessarily the best. So I don't know. Microwave Mick, nice to have you here. I seen it, way cool radio. Kevin Michael 27025 opening. Jet NG, hearing a lot of data on 11.3 via SDR and my 2 SSB radios. London 19657 says I'm like Mad Max but friendly. Okay. What does that mean? I'm like Mad Max but friendly. I am mad, actually. I'm a friendly mad guy. Blagaday, I have the ZOS version of the RF 919. I found it badly designed and a profound waste of money. So here you go. Here you go. That's should kind of tell you what to do. Jet NG says I'm getting the RF 919. Well, look at what Blackguard Eye is saying now, maybe you should change that for something else. The ATS 909X2 and the Malahide DSP2 this year. Johnny Z, in your stereo, I'm surprised the fire code doesn't require a lit exit sign with a backup light if there's a power outage. No, it's because this is not a big enough building. I don't remember how many apartments you need in a building to have that. Here it's 6 apartments, and so I believe the fire code for that is that you have to have at least 10 or 12. There's a minimum amount of apartments that are required to do so. But honestly, it probably should be something like that for everybody, because here the stairs are pitch black. When the power goes out, I tell you, you don't see anything in those steps. Nothing. Tosalov, here's the space station 437.8. Yeah, that's the amateur radio repeater on board. Did they put it back online? Because it was off for a while. Different gear TV, €70 for a 4-pack. 4-pack of what? Of those batteries? No, they're not €70. Oh, for the lighting. Man, I didn't pay that much. €70. If you're talking about those, man, I didn't pay. So €70 would be like 100 Canadian dollars. I didn't pay that. I paid. So they are like waterproof. You could drop them in the water. I think they float. I never tried it, but I think they actually float. But I didn't pay that much. They would be like, I would have to go back. I purchased them earlier. I purchased them last year in the beginning of the year. So they might have gone up, but still, you know, I'm going to check it out. I'm curious. So, $7,652 doesn't seem to be heard here. Put myself in CW here. Not hearing anything on 76.52 at all. Or maybe on the Yisu, I'm not sure. It's hard to say. Very hard to say. And next time, in 20 minutes, will be 81.76 that we'll try. Blackguard Ice says the RF 919 is made by Ronda, and Ratty definitely upgraded the manual, but it still has mistakes. PVM says rocket radios were built in 1950 or 60. AM, no batteries, alligator clip to radiators, center mass folding in, and it tunes the radio. Huh. Interesting. It's kind of crystal radio, yeah. That's cool. That's cool. No batteries, no nothing. That's cool. Brian Penny, I use a 40-meter infit antenna for transmitting. Decent performer and very easy to set up. The ATU and my Canon TS590 has no problem with this antenna. That's cool. It's funny because I changed the balun because it started to get water that was leaking in. And the new balun I got, which is very interesting, to replace the old one, now actually my Yaesu accepts to tune even 160 meters. If it wasn't for the fact that I have so much noise I don't hear anything, I would be able to make 160 meter contacts. So it's kind of interesting because it tunes my end fed from 160 all the way to 6 in every single band. Which is kind of like, oh, okay, this is kind of interesting. But you know, even the FT8 portion of 160, which actually has signals, I don't hear anything. There's just noise everywhere. It's which is unfortunate because it would be nice if I would have, you know, I didn't have that much noise. Blogger Dice says the 919 has so many antenna options that there are separate reference cards plus 2 chapters in the manual attempting to explain them. Ouch. Okay. Okay, Michael, Wolf and Jack on 1090 XERB at night from Mexico. Dusseldorf, I think there's just 3 people on board the station right now. Yeah, because there is that emergency where there's what 4 the crew of 4 came back. You know what I wonder is why are they so secretive about what the medical emergency was? You know, I'm like, it's like, why aren't they, you know, who cares if we know what it is? I guess they keep it secret for the astronaut. And I actually, sorry for the bad joke, I actually did a joke for one of my friends. I said, you know what? They don't talk about it because it's the first sexually transmitted disease caught in space. Sorry, guys. Okay. TSGENT, the ISS Kenwood Crossband is back online. I was just there last night. Okay. Because they took it off for a while. There was something wrong, something not right. And they took it off for a while, so it's nice to know that they're back. Because I'm going to monitor that. I like this is some. If you know, I'm not a UHF VHF guy, but if there is one thing that I want, I was looking at either building it myself or buying one, but having some kind of directional antenna and be able to make contacts through the ISS repeater. I would love to do that. That would be something that would really, really make me happy. I can tell you that. Blogger, there's one antenna option for UHF, VHF. There's an antenna option for shortwave, 2 for medium and long wave. Wow. Yeah, 437 800 is the downlink. It's what 145,990 for the uplink. 14599, I think, if I remember well. Kev Michael 14230 slow scan TV with weak picture. Mike B got 2-pack of similar lamps for 18 on Amazon here in Colorado. Yeah, I paid Canadian something. I think I paid something like 40, 45 for, or max $50 for 4 lamps. So that would actually. So if we put 4 and we double the price at 36, US, kind of comes to 50 Canadian dollars. Bloggerdie says, anyway, you could see his full rant on the 919 at bloggerdie.com. JetNG getting 14,430 on the SDR Kiwi. If you're on a Kiwi SDR, I believe they on the drop down menu on the upper right, you can actually get SSTV decoding. You can see the pictures, JetNG, eh? I hardly ever hear 7652. Toslo says, like it OM0ET on YouTube seems to like it. JetNG call KM4CQG. Cool. Our dad, good night. Take care, my friend. It's nice to have you on board. You'll be getting an email for the CIDX membership that you won last week. Art Danielson, nice to have you here. Thanks for the donation. 54 cal M12 7651 week. Okay. Pretty cool. Any cool handheld SSTV receiver to be had? Any handheld receives slow scan TV, basically. All right, VT Radio, have a good dinner. TSG ENT says down in Texas didn't pick up 7652. So the next frequency to try in 10 minutes, 8176. So that's the last one that we can try. So I heard the first one. 8176, usually if it comes in on the NFED. So we're going to put 8176 here. And we'll see what comes out of this. 8176. If there's something that I hear, it might be that one. Brian Leesner, the ZWS 757, both interesting and disappointing at the same time. Toslov had some very wide band over the horizon radar on 27600. Microwave mech, or maybe a spectrum analyzer. Toslov says it was 100 kilohertz wide, and that's huge. GMAC Walmart used to have them as seen on TV section, the light. That is, okay. TSG and TSS 7652 was short, 3 minutes. Kurt Wood said, I had a rocket radio when I was about 8-10, clipping to the ground on a metal finger stop or a telephone set. Made it work like a champ with a poor antenna. You know, that you just actually reminded me that when I had my crystal radios back in the day, I had noticed that when I clipped the antenna to that metal finger stop on the rotary dial phones, it actually would receive a lot. Meridianux, what about band? Shortwave DRM 30. What's the question exactly? Blind eye. HIPAA laws in the U.S. require medical record privacy. Yeah, here it's very, very private too. It's like... Toast and Love still seeing the wideband signal near 27.6. Go check that out here. 27.6. Here, nothing here. 27.6 is nothing at all here in Montreal. Nothing at all in here. Was it 817 too? It's 176. Just 76. So there's nothing here on that 27,600. GMAC. Yep, Walmart, Bell, plus all LED tack light lantern, $15.99 US. Tosanov is the using the Athens, Georgia Kiwi. GMAX has hit the like button. Yeah, 909X2 definitely has low volume on SSB Jet-NG. Okay, Michael, 282 aircraft comes in USB mode right now. Because if you're talking about just DRM, or you mean what I know about DRM? What I don't get the question, Meridianix. Bill Penna. I know some hams use Kiwi SDRs to listen and turn down the volume on their own radio if they have too much noise in the shack. You could try it on a 160. Yeah, but the problem with that is like it's cheating. And I don't want that. I don't want that because if you can't, personally, my take is if you can't make the contact at home on your radio in both ways, listen and transmit, you didn't make a contact. It has to be done both ways on your radio, basically. Okay, Michael, hearing 27,600 in USB mode 2. Okay. Cosmic Lettuce, nice to have you here from southeastern Arizona. Why do cats insist that everything must be on the floor? A law of nature we humans don't know about? They are studying gravity. That's all. They're just studying gravity. They're learning. It's interesting because Paul the cat doesn't do that. My cat never does that. Doesn't know I couldn't hear it, just really seeing it on the waterfall. Huh. Like I said, Kev Michael, there are, but they are very, very... you have to be there at the right time. It's simply at the right time. I can tell you that. But you know, I haven't heard one in a long, long time here, and you have to just tune around constantly. But there aren't many. That's why you probably haven't heard one. It's really just, it's almost a question of chance when you get one. Since most of the boats today, the phone traffic is done by satellite. Brian Leisner says, I did get an ATS 25 XF strictly for the LNA that was added, and the LNA works very well. It seems well thought out. Okay. So I will be monitoring for the number station, and I will be going for a few minutes for my caregiving duties. Okay, guys. So it won't be very long. We're just going to see if the signal comes in. And the Desecheo, the expedition is still on CW 24892 according to them. G-Max says, I bought an ATX 25. ATS 25, I didn't have much luck in East Tennessee. Gave it to my brother in Atlanta and he loves it. Because the ATS 25, I got one here, the original. And I mean, it's sensitive and works great. And so, Lagardai says, I found the ATS 25 Max decoder okay, but I hardly ever use it. I'm going to get the an updated version. I got the small ATS Mini thing. And I know that there's like a V4 or V5 or whatever, and that decodes digital modes. I saw one with decoding RTTY. And I want one. I want to get one. So I'm going to check it out. I know that there are some on Amazon. But I'll see, because I'd like to have one of those, personally. So I'm not hearing, I usually hear it, I think I heard it last week, but I'm not hearing anything on 8176. Unless it's propagation, or unless it's not. So, hey guys, I'm going to leave you with Glenn Hauser on 15770. While I go do my caregiving duties, I'll be back in about 3-4 minutes.
In Europe is Super Clan Radio, CLN, on 5955. Dr. Hodger
Back in a few minutes.
Herbert Visser is behind it. On 10 January, it was on the air from 9 until 15 UT with music by David Bowie, played to commemorate the 10th anniversary of his death. The reply from Visser explained that 5955 would be on the air only irregularly, no regular broadcast, but would be every Sunday on Channel 292, 6070 from 8 to 9 UT. SuperClan is apparently a licensed station, although low-powered. Howard Cool reported to BDXC the power was 200 watts. Via Sheldon Harvey and CIDX Messenger, Radio Nigeria Kaduna urged to restore shortwave service, according to Radio Info Africa on 7 January. It's facing calls to revive shortwave, along a lifeline to millions of listeners across northern Nigeria and beyond. Many loyal listeners, particularly Hausa and Rupe Kanuri and Fulfulde speakers, have been unable to access the station's program since the decline of shortwave broadcasts. Despite this, management has prioritized online streaming platforms, convenient for urban audiences, but remain inaccessible to many due to high data costs. Radio Nigeria, Kaduna's revival of shortwave, could once again extend its reach to millions of listeners, preserving its legacy as one of Africa's most influential radio institutions. What's the frequency, Kenneth? This story never mentions. It was on 6090 and 7235. That's been gone for many years. Here's another chance to hear the English hour from Polish Radio External Service, thanks to WRMI. It's at 04 UT on 7570. During relay of WRN. Using a remote in New Zealand, Ron Howard in California says, Solomon Islands 5020 has been heard with a greatly extended schedule. January 13th, past 1322 UT with a wide variety of non-stop songs. And also on January 14th from 1535, and again from 1725, still on the air, well past the usual closing at 1200. Well, Solomon suggests Ron and anyone else also check for their parallel medium wave frequency 1035. Token English from Spain succeeded again January 14th at 2300 on 9690. A very good signal into remote in Georgia. There was, however, some crosstalk interference, evidently Spanish ambience we don't want or need, and continuous musical background during the news summary of the week from 2302. While the heavy accents of both the announcers are tolerable, I found their breakneck speed mentally tiring. That's what we get for one program a week in English, trying to do it as much as possible. I continue to try to monitor the letterbox on Voice of Turkey every Sunday. A convenient early time for me is 1741 UT, started right after the news, January 11th, on 9660, which puts a very good signal off the back end of the remote in Holland. Timber said 7th January was a very special occasion, the 63rd anniversary of EOT from 1963. It reaches 85 countries on shortwave. Come on, powerful shortwave transmitters can reach every country sooner or later. Have they heard from listeners in only 85 countries over 63 years? It's a good idea to catch it early if you can, because you never know whether the North American frequency 5960 at 23 UT will be on the air or not. Via kilohertz, megahertz, and gigantic hertz. World Radio 2330. A non-commercial service like our website, worldofradio.com. Our thanks this week for financial support from Terry Colgan of Texas Radio Shortwave, who sent a contribution via PayPal to WORADIO at yahoo.com. He says, thanks for another year of dedication to keeping listeners and DXers up to date on the state of shortwave radio. One may also contribute via money order or check on a U.S. bank to Glenn Hauser, P.O. Box 1684, ENID, OK 73702. Via Mike Cooper and David Cole, the Washington Post story of January 13th by Scott Nover headlined, Congress agrees to fund Voice of America, bucking Trump shutdown order. Lawmakers from both parties and houses of Congress have agreed to provide about $653 million to fund VOA's parent agency, rejecting President Trump's demand to defund the international broadcaster and shut it down. A bipartisan spending bill released Sunday would allocate $643 million for broadcasting from the U.S. Agency for Global Media, which oversees VOA, plus nearly $10 million for capital improvements. That figure is down from $867 million appropriated for the agency each of the past 2 years, but it's more than 4 times the $153 million Trump requested that Congress provide to support the orderly shutdown of U.S. AGM operations. The outlay is included in a broader bipartisan spending deal negotiated by House and Senate appropriators. Package still requires House and Senate approval before heading to Trump's desk. Kari Lake said, I'm disappointed that Congress is proposing $500 million more in funding than we requested. Our reductions from prior years are a step in the right direction. USAGM can still advance Trump's message and share America's story globally without wasting so much taxpayer money. The bipartisan commitment to funding USAGM reflects continued congressional support for America's role in promoting the free flow of news and info abroad, the long-standing foundation of its soft power around the world. U.S. District Judge Royce Lamberth issued a preliminary injunction in April ordering the agency to uphold its statutory obligations for broadcasting. At 82-year-old appointee President Reagan, Lamberth also criticized the administration for not spending what was appropriated by Congress. When Congress appropriated $260
So, Glenn Hauser's World of Radio. Always a interesting listen.
employees to sit at home for months on end, making no contribution to VOA's statutory mandate, he wrote. Noting the funds specifically appropriated for VOA
And
last budget.
let's continue here. I'll check something here.
To VOA at $138 million operations.
I rarely check the email, and sometimes emails have messages from people saying hi that aren't in the chat, or I want to make sure we don't miss out on anybody. Anybody. I'm apparently live compared as my email says here. Joy. Okay, doesn't seem like nothing special is here. Thanks, Nicole Phillips, for the donation on PayPal also. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And this at Sheo is still on 24892 CW. As we continue. The other pirates. My Mixed Radio International seems to be jumping around different frequencies. Are they still on 6840 like they were? Yep. There's a signal, wideband signal around 6840, which is probably some stuff on the waterfall. Let me just see if we can get that here on the 6840. 50 in that area. There's definitely something there. I'm gonna go to the make the waterfall bigger. There's definitely something here that
January 24th. Quiet Please radio show, calling all souls from 1948.
there's definitely some weird white band stuff there. $69.32. 69.32. There's a pirate. Yeah, 69.32. I'm hearing a pirate. Getting it also the and our RSPST receiver here, the SDR. So pretty good signal on that part. 6932 right now. So okay. Blogger died. There's firmware for FT8 on the SDS Mini from a different developer. It will run on all the versions, even the original one that I got here. Like that kind of is like one of the first ones. Brian Leesner have an original ATS Mini and a V4, like a night and day difference in performance. Blog Ardai says Hauser is clear. Toastin Love haven't seen the 27.6 signal for 5-10 minutes. FNG says I don't like the ATS 25, but the Malahite DSP2. They're not in the same price range though, so it's difficult to compare. Brian Leesner 15770, loud and clear. The passive loop for GMAC. Good luck, those Yaesu are crazy prices as much as a Ford Ranger. Gabriel, where's Paul? He's sleeping in the bedroom. I looked to see if he was awake or something so that I could bring him in my arms and show you guys, but he was sleeping. I was like, I'm gonna leave him in his little cat sleep. Tosanov says someone mentioned the ATS-25 the other day saying he couldn't hear anything, but I bet he didn't have much of an antenna hooked up. Yeah, maybe because my ATS-25 is maybe not up to par, but very close to most receivers I got. Hey, Kevin Michael, Happy New Year, 73. Ryan Leesner, the ATS radios in general are pretty good. I have a 20 as well with alternative firmware. Toslo wants to make $1. We all want to make $1. Well, VOA is not alive. There's spotty patches of broadcasts here and there that sometimes pop up, but Voice of America is pretty much dead. It's not on shortwave in English or anything, and I don't even think that the money that they're trying to get to Congress to get VOA is going to go through anyways. And Ryan Lees, I can see dropping VOA is a good choice. Of course, it's American propaganda looking back to the 80s with Radio Moscow versus VOA. It's VOA is the U.S. viewpoint of stuff and the way they think. But as a Canadian, I listened a lot to VOA, and it isn't that bad. Personally, it wasn't that bad. But I think that it is, giving, because we know for a fact that the VOA shutdown is giving a lot of place to China and Russia and African countries, for example, where all of those frequencies have been used by Radio Sputnik, the real bad propaganda Russian thing, and China Radio International taking over everywhere. So, it's kind of, if you don't have any voice, somebody else is going to have one. And, Russia and China are spending billions of dollars on broadcasting around the world. There's a reason for that. And now the United States has no voice. It's not normal. Kevin Y 5838. I've used PowerX Pro batteries on my small portable radio. Never had any problems. Welcome aboard. Jay Dakota, every station, including the pirates, have a point of view. Yep. GMAC, does anyone have a C-Crane radios? I have one of Skywave, and it picks up everything. I've got the original C-Crane SSB, and I've got a C-Crane, a big C-Crane portable, that CC2E, something like that. That didn't was the original big radio made for DXing on the medium wave band that had double ferrets and stuff. Different gear TV. Do you use antenna switches in your shack? I have to keep unplugging the antenna to use in different radios, but I need a better solution. I have a multi-coupler. So if it's for receive only, the multi-coupler lets me connect up to 4 radios on the same antenna. So I don't have to unplug that much, because I rarely have more than 4 radios I want to use, and whatever I want to use, I just it's the Streetsburg multi-coupler. It's a little expensive. It works great. If I would have gone back, I would have purchased the one with 8 ports, because I realized that 4 here, with all the radios I got, is barely enough. But that keeps you from switching all the time. But that is really a solution for listening, because, you don't put your transceiver on that. Ryan Leesner, shockingly, I have a C-Crane Skywave SSB2, and it's also a very good radio. The only gripe, if I had one, is the tinny sounding speaker. Yeah, I like the original. That is one of the complaints, I would say, that I would have. But I mean, it's sensitive and it receives. RJ Dakota 6932, clear enough to be heard on the Texan PL330. Stock antenna. Danielson 15770, 10/9, here in Melbourne. Wow, pretty good. And now it's that voice of shortwave radio guy that's coming on. So 15770 is VOSR, the voice of shortwave radio. Different gear TV. I have 3 CB radios I want to switch between, but I'm worried about blowing them up if I use the same antenna. If it's because you want to transmit, there's antenna switches, really, because you don't want to transmit into the other one directly, because you're gonna blow it. That's for sure. Tosalov here is 6932, pretty good. And there's waterfall pictures next to it. Yep, that's the probably is Mixed Radio International. I'm gonna check it out here. Yeah, I see it here on the SDR. Yeah, Mixed Radio International. That's Mixed Radio International. Coming in pretty well, Mixed Radio International. Brian Leisner, 15770, faded in like a local. Gabriel says, hit that like button. All radios as 15770 faint. All right, thanks, Blogger Die. I'm gonna check that out. Maybe instead of buying another one, I'm gonna just update the firmware on this one. Like WX50, Congress approved 653 for VOA. Yeah, but it's gonna be vetoed by Trump probably. That's the problem. Brian Leisner, 6932 quiet. Old radios, not 15770 better. TSGANT, find VOA to have been very biased, however, perhaps a true fact only based radio channel should rise up. I do agree though that with no voice coming from America and only utter propaganda is very bad. Brian Leisner, not even a tiny bump on the SDR for 6932, but it's just location and my noise I have to deal with. You again, Shadow. Nice to have you here. Cosmic Lettuce, our team is to move to the launch pad today. Earliest launch date is February 5th. Is that the one with the Canadian astronaut going to be on board? I think it is. Blogger Die says 15770, very strong. Ryan Leisner, 3975 turnover frequency announced on 15770. It's nothing but noise, but it's early for 75. The 3975 is a European transmitter. I know that he said 9455. I don't know if it's parallel. No. Actually, 9455 has the VOA radiogram on it right now. So 9455 is the VOA radiogram. Maybe I could... Let me start my my PC here, and we can check out the decoding. So I'm going to go here. Display. Off. So that the monitor switches to my PC. So let's start.
So lastly, I do have some QSL cards, or postcard QSL cards
Take
left over.
FLDG.
If you send in an email and send in your mailing address, I can get those sent out to you. And I got this.
JetNG. Next year I'm buying a used Sony ICF 2010. Cosmic Lettuce. Yes, one Canadian going around the moon. Apollo 8 style for testing and showing off. Cool. Brian Leisner, can that be decoded? Yes, that is. You use FLDG and you. So let me go on 90945. Whoops. So if I put, so our FID's on. So this is a picture, and unfortunately, because I've missed the beginning, but it usually starts as MFSK 32. There you go. During the early days of AM radio, interference caused by unintended frequency variations. So this is MFSK 32 mode right now. So this is, there's a text here. And it's going to show on the... So I don't know if you guys can see it. But MFSK32 using FLDG to decode this text right now. 9455 WRMI is the shortwave radiogram. GMAC, what brand was the DP666? It's a Deep Elec. So, Deep Elec DP666 is what I have. Only thing missing on it, honestly, is if it would have single sideband. Oh man, I would find that radio really fun to play with. It's the only thing missing. There's no single sideband because of the TEF6686 chip that does not do that. Look at that, it's full of stars, yes. And Blocked-Eye is the Spark Elect, but I believe they're the same thing, right? Blocked-Eye, there's no difference. So now they're switching to MFSK 64. And it didn't switch automatically for I don't know which reason. So here is MFSK 64. And of course I missed the beginning for the picture. I missed the ID that makes the picture the code. Apart from that, if you look at transmissions, let's see, is Turkey on? Voice of Turkey, 5960, 5960 in English. You can hear Voice of Turkey. And Radio Romania on 6030. So Turkey on 5960, Romania on 6030. Here both coming in, if it wasn't for the noise, coming in quite strong. It's just that my noise floor is high as the stations, unfortunately. So oh yeah, you got the vertical version, and I've got the... Okay, that's the thing. So you got the vertical one, and I got the horizontal one. That's the difference. Okay, but they're the same. They're probably the same. So, well, right now, Tosenlof. So if you put FLDG, they're MFSK 64 right now. Now they're sending a picture, and so this, if you didn't receive the header, you're not getting the picture. You got to wait till the picture's there. Now they're going to be back in text. Here we go. So now they're MFSK 64. WOR's original owner, the Bamberger's department store in Newark, New Jersey. In the early 20s, the store was selling radio receivers. Wanted to put a radio station on the air to help promote receiver sales, as well as for general publicity. Station made its debut, so that's the picture they probably were sending. So now, WSM Nashville, Tennessee, America's tallest radio tower. Sending picture. Now we're going to have the picture right here of the tower. So I don't know how far I can bring this camera, but yahoo! This is the radio tower. Picture of a radio tower that's showing up in the square right here. A little noisy, but not too bad. So, you know, this is kind of cool. So the shortwave radiogram is every week, and it's kind of cool to have all of this. Yeah, 137 by 224 pixels. This is what why it says it at the bottom. It's really telling you how many pixels the picture is actually made of. Brian Leisner, the latest version of the ATS-25 firmware does SSDV2. That's pretty cool. Call letters are derived from the company's motto, "We shield millions." It's pretty cool. So we're talking about the technical aspect and the station itself is really nice, pretty cool. And here they're sending another picture. This one is 224 by 141. This is WMBF, Miami Beach, Florida. So that's the next picture they're sending. So it's pretty cool. I need to take out all of mine and see what I could do with, you know. I even saw something about the original ATS-25 firmware being able to get some new features and stuff. Cosmic Lettuce, I like how radio communication has come full circle. Started in Morse code, went to analog, now digital, which is just fancy Morse code. Jet NG get a DSP 2 mile height for FT8. Here it's so expensive. The DSP2 is I haven't seen one anything below close to $600. I ain't gonna pay $600 for that. That's for sure. So here's the picture. So it's gonna cure. So I don't know if you guys could see it, but here's the picture. There's the coded. And another picture is going to be sent out. WWJ, Detroit, Michigan. Broadcasts of WWJ, Detroit News radio station, entertain 3 continents. This one is 224 by 138. Hey WFC, nice to have you on board. It's been a long time since I decoded a shortwave radiogram. Pretty cool to see what we can do today. Hey Bert, WF7I Homebrew, welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. I'm going to share with you guys, if any of you are interested in following their shortwave radiogram every week. There's a website where you can get all the details of the transmissions, which is here. Shortwave radio gram, I believe. So, yep, shortwave swradiogram.net. So here you will get the full schedule of the program every week, because they retransmit over WRMI at several different times. So you can check it out. And the software used is FLDG. So FLDG is what I use. And they always start at using MFSK32 mode. MFSK32 mode. So it's kind of cool to check that out. So like I said, Turkey's on 5960 in English. Romania's on 6030 in English also. The two frequencies that are kind of nice. Don't forget, if you like what I do, you can support via the super chat here. And also there's the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal on the, well, on this PayPal email. If you want to support, and it helps tremendously, and of course you'll be in for the future next drawing of 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships somewhere in May, maybe even before. I'll see when we're going to do it. So it's pretty cool to be here and do all of this. Apart from that, we still have our friend Mix Radio International on 6932 upper sideband. That is also, if you have an SDR, you could see some stuff being displayed on the waterfall. So 6932, definitely still going on, as with Mixed Radio International. Pretty cool. So, and the next picture we're having right now is WJEJ. Moonlight scene on US 11, 2 miles north of Hagerstown. WJEJ was Hagerstown's first radio station, with its license first granted on October 29, 1932 at 1:30 p.m., that is precise, to operate on the frequency of 10 kilohertz at a power of output of 100 watts, daytime only. Pretty cool. Lots of interesting stuff that they're talking about here. So it's really nice to have this decode of so much stuff when you start tuning around the bands. You know, when people tell me there's nothing, well, I don't know, but just look at what we've been tuning around, what is, you know, just right now. You can listen to Turkey, you can listen to Romania, you can decode this. You can listen to the guy that is on the voice of Shortwave Radio on 15770, and that's just that. There's a lot other little stuff. There's utilities and things like that. Means that, you know what, there is a lot still to listen to. You got to take the time to do it. And once again, you know, the biggest problem that we all have is noise. Noise is the biggest issue with all of us. Jet and G, St. Gian makes the same shortwave radio over and over again. Yeah, but from what I hear, they will not make any new shortwave radio in the future. The ATS 909X2 was the last one that they've done, and they won't be. They're still going to do radios. We're going to do like AM/FM radios and smart radios, but they're not going to do shortwave radios. From I read that somewhere at some point that shortwave radios aren't a thing anymore for St. Gian, unfortunately. St. Gian was a decent brand for most part in the radios they made. I believe they are Taiwanese. So, I need to get out my original one. Actually, I need to get out all three of them because I have the original, which is branded as a Radio Shack DX 398. And get the 909X and the 909X2. So, yeah. Most of the St. Gian radios are a little expensive, and I guess, one of the biggest... Why do Chinese radios... Why do we have tons of Chinese radios? Because most of them are very, very inexpensive. And I guess that's where the market is now. So, no, the 80 the DX398 is an ATS 909. The DX394 is an 803, not 394. What was the DX3? And what was the okay? ATS 803A Radio Shack version was a DX440. The DX440 was the 803A. The DX398 is a 909. Hey Matt, MDK2 in Colorado. GML 158. Nice to have you here. Yep, still tons of things on shortwave, still broadcasting. Tori, nice to have you on board. And Brian Leisner, yeah, the ATS 909 price right now, absolutely, it's very expensive. Very expensive. So, I purchased the DX398 and somewhere in mid 90s, and the price at the time was expensive. I remember it was I think it was 349 Canadian dollars, if I'm not mistaken, or at least $300, and that was kind of too expensive for, I didn't think that was that I wanted that at that price. But I remember thinking it looked cool, though. The display was nice and everything. And I still remember one day I took a day off work because my sister came over, and my sister and my mom wanted to go shopping in the shopping mall here. And I thought, I'm going to take a day off work and I'm going to join them and spend a day with my sister. And so we went shopping, and of course, when there's a Radio Shack in a shopping mall, what do, guys? We go to Radio Shack. We want to see the stuff. So while they were looking at dresses and whatever, I said, I'm going to take a few minutes while you girls are looking at those dresses. I'm going to go to Radio Shack, which was just on the other side of just on the other side of the alley. So it's like, everybody's like, okay. So I go to Radio Shack, and I still remember, I went in and I saw that the DX398 was on sale, and it was half price. Instead of like $299, it was $149, and I was like, oh God, I need it. And I remember I didn't have the money, so I went back to the to see my to where my sister and my mom were, and I said, I'm getting my paycheck, tomorrow. I told my mom, can I borrow $150? I'm gonna give it back to you tomorrow. And so my mom, she wasn't complicated. She knew I would give it back, so she's like, yeah, sure, here. So I took the $150. I went to Radio Shack, purchased a radio, and gave the money back to my mom the next day. But I was so happy. I was like, oh God, I'm gonna have a DX398 to play with. This is so cool. It's one of the great souvenirs of both mom and my sister that are now passed away. Somewhere in the mid 90s, around there. Tosno, if I might just add some wire to my random dipole to turn it into a ceiling loop. It takes up 2 walls in my living room. Like it, I have the Sangean ATS 405 that I sort of like. DSP with no SSB. It has lots of options like soft mute and AJC level. Yeah, I got the ATS 405 here. I need to take it out. So here we go. The shortwave radiogram is over. So that was an interesting Brian Leesner, Radio Shack pricing was too expensive, and I got mine after it was discontinued and price slashed down. Radio Shack was very expensive. Radio Shack, you would not buy stuff at full price, never. And hey, Andy New, nice to have you here. And if you, we all knew Radio Shack, so what we would do is when there was a new scanner, for example, I remember the Pro 43 coming out. That thing was priced like 400 Canadian dollars. But what did we do? We all knew one thing. And it's that they always go down. They always go on sale at some point. So what I would do is like, okay, so they came out with the Pro 43. It's $399. I'm going to wait. And at some point, it's going to come on sale. And one day, I go to Radio Shack, and it's $100 off. Instead of $399, it was $299. So I thought, oh, okay. That's good. I'm going to get it. It's on sale. So I would always wait for, anything to be on sale at Radio Shack, or else, the prices were crazy expensive. So, yeah, Radio Shack, Blogger Radio Shack was next to Sears back in the day. Often they had all of these in the same shopping mall. And here in Canada, we had the Bay, which also was often in the same shopping mall. So, Brian Leesner says, exactly my situation with the DX398 on sale. It was so worth the price. Yep. Cosmic Lettuce, shortwave radiogram. It's broadcast on 9455 was broadcast via WRMI transmitters in Florida, in Okeechobee, Florida. I believe 9455 is 100 kilowatts of power. Mike WS50, I bought my first shortwave radio, the DX160, in my local Radio Shack. Hey Paul, welcome back. Brian Leesner says the Pro 43 was insanely priced. I waited, yeah. Oh yeah, the radios, and most radios, I would just wait. Don't know if I bought my DX440 way back in the 80s, but don't remember what I paid for it. That was a nice one. I remember looking at the DX440 and thinking, yeah, that's kind of a cool radio. I got my first, the DX100, that I still have in right here. The DX100, which is not a great radio. I got it on sale, of course, at 99 bucks back in 82. But when I think of all the radios, I mean, I would when I started, because at first I didn't know a lot about what radios, well, how, you know, what are all the radios. I only knew Radio Shack, honestly, for the first couple of years of me listening to shortwave. The only place I knew with shortwave radios was Radio Shack. I had no idea they were sold at other places, you know, there were other radios. I started, the first time I knew that there were other radios out there and other brands is when I got my first club membership, which was the COCQ here in Quebec. There was a French Quebec club called the Club en Cours du Québec. And I remember I think I heard that through Radio Canada International. They were talking about radio clubs. And I thought, oh, look at that. It's so cool. I'm going to write and ask for a sample copy. And I got the sample copy, and I found that it was so cool. So I actually got a membership for the COCQ, and it came with they had their magazine, that was their publication that was called Loaned, which means waves, for radio waves. And I remember that's where I started seeing, look at that, people have different radios. And, you know what I mean, no internet back then. You were learning by reading in magazines and bulletins and so on. And then when I really knew there were a lot of radios out there is when I got the first ever Passport to World Band radio. And I saw all of those radios that were reviewed. And I was like, oh God, this is so cool. Then I learned that there was a store downtown, Radio Lorenz, that had a Kenwood 5000 on sale. And they had a couple of Sony. I think they had the Sony 2010 also available. And Sheldon, back in the day, was selling books. And Sheldon had a wall of books at Radio Lorenz. So that's when I started going downtown to that place, because they had the Kenwood 5000 I would drool over. And I would go and buy my books. Like, you know, every time I had my paycheck, I'd go downtown and I'd do two things with my paychecks in 1987, 88, 87. I would go downtown to the music store. I would get my vinyls, new albums that were out. And then I would go to Radio Lorenz and get myself a book or two and bring that home. And I was a happy camper. I mean, I was listening to my music. I was looking at those books that were so amazing. Man, so many books I purchased there. I purchased the Confidential Frequency List. I remember that. That's where I purchased my first Klingenfuss utility book. and there are quite a few of the books. There's quite a lot of them. I purchased a lot of stuff in the books department there, and that's also where of course, Passport to World Band Radio. I purchased a World Radio TV handbook, and he had on display the monitoring times and popular communications, and that's where I first learned about these two magazines, and I would purchase them. And then I would go and buy because I was still on the Commodore computer stuff, so I would go downtown to a place that sold only newspapers and magazines, pretty much. And I would go get my Commodore magazines, and that's where I kind of had a awakening. I went for my computer stuff with Computers Gazette and Ahoy and all of that, and I thought, I guess in the electronics section they might have stuff with radio, and then I learned that they had monitoring times and the other one, and popular communications. So that was kind of cool, because it's like I would go get my monthly computer magazines and my monthly radio magazines at the same time. And this is where I started, noticing there are tons of other radios and brands and stuff, and I was like, oh man, okay, this is so cool. And this is where I started to drool over the Kenwood 5000, which I had no money. I couldn't afford so take care, Lagardai. Always nice to have you here. That's where I got the Kenwood R5000, but I couldn't afford it. And I would actually go get the magazines, and I would then look at the Kenwood R5000, and you could actually tune it. You had one on the counter hooked up to an antenna, and you could actually tune around with it if you wanted. And I was just dreaming of, man, someday I'm going to have this radio. I remember in '87, I was working minimum wage, and my paycheck, I still remember my paycheck from that time, for 39 hours of work, it was $161 a week. Man, that was cheap labor. So, once I gave my allowance to my parents, and then, would buy a couple of vinyls and a couple of books, I pretty much didn't have much money left. The rest of the money went to the enormous amount of letters I would send out to get QSL cards and stuff. So I, in fact, didn't really get any money. I wouldn't have a lot of money that I would... once again, that was also a mom moment. When I got my Kenwood R5000, I didn't have the money. I had my brother had seen an ad for a used Kenwood R5000, and it wasn't very far from where I lived. So I told my brother, want to take a walk and go see the radio? So we went for the radio, and didn't have the money. So what I did, once again, it was like I told my mom, I said, look, there's just really, really good radio. I mean, it would change my life forever in radio listening. If I owned one, and the guy has it for a really good price. So I told my mom, I said, look, can you lend me $900, and I'm going to give it back to you $100 a week for 9 weeks, and I'll get it back. So my mom said, yeah, sure, and she gave me $900. And I went and I saw the Kenwood R5000 the guy was selling. It was brand new. It was pretty much still in its box. It was perfect condition. He gave me the invoice. It came from Radio Lorenz, which was the only place that sold it. It was only 6 months old. The date was 6 months. I don't know why the guys got it, and then this, like, maybe it wasn't what he thought it was or something. And it was, back in the day, the Kenwood R5000 was $1,350. I still remember. $1,349. And he sold it for $900. And it was essentially new. I was ready to pay $900. So I bluffed, and I said, I only got $800. Would that be okay? And he thought for a second, and then was like, yeah, fine. Probably because in his head, he thought, well, I don't think anybody, if I have one guy here for that radio, I don't think I'm going to have any more than one guy. So I gave him the $800, came back home with the Kenwood R5000. I was so happy. But what's cool is that he also had with it the AM bandwidth filter. Because the Kenwood R5000 stock had the worst crappy filter for AM. It was like 10 kilohertz wide. So on shortwave, and especially back in those days where stations were packed 5 kilohertz, it wasn't a good filter. You would hear the other stations on each side all the time. But he had purchased that AM, but he had not installed it. It was still new in its box. So, in fact, not only did I get the radio, but that filter was $150. So that filter would have given me would have cost me in total, brand new, $1,500. So at $800, I mean, I had a really amazing deal. All of that was pretty much new. So I was happy, and it was just so cool. And so I came back, and I was poor for the next 9 weeks because $161 I had to give. I think I was giving $20 a week to my parents. They weren't very demanding. It was like 20 a week. But now I was like, okay, 20 a week plus 100. It was 120 out of 161. And so I had only $41 left every week. So it's like, yeah, okay, I'll be poor for the next 9 weeks. But it didn't bother me. I had an amazing radio, and I had a lot of fun. So for me, it was like, yeah, it's all right. It's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind. Didn't buy any vinyls for 9 weeks. I didn't buy any bucks. Pretty much spend the $40 left in stamps and envelopes for QSLs. Man, that was something back in the day. So, and I paid back my mom 9 weeks, and actually 8 because of that deal, $100 less. When I came back, I gave $100 back to my mom immediately, and I said, okay, I got it for $100 less, so here's $100. I owe you $800, not $9. Man, that radio rocked the 90s. That radio, the Kenwood R5000, was on I don't know how many hours a day. I'd come home from work and I'd turn it on and tune the bands. It was essentially, I was a radio junkie. And I say it from time to time. It's a great thing. You know why? Because I do seriously think that it kept me out of trouble. I'm one of those guys that easily goes into all sorts of things, and the fact that I was hooked on radio, it prevented me from doing maybe stupid things, because I was I was the kind of guy that would do stupid things back in the day. I was the kind of guy that if I had to hang out with the wrong people, I do stupid stuff. And I see it very clearly today. Back in the day, you don't see that. You know, when you're 17 years old, you don't see that you're an idiot. You know, you just do what you do, and you do it the way you want, and you just, you know, authority is bad, and I don't care, and don't tell me what to do, and that was me at 17, and so and I hung out with some people that made me do stupid things, and I was really stupid dumb. But radio was so strong of a passion that if there was an occasion of something with these people, most of the time I was more in the mode of, well, I'm going to try to get Radio Malaysia tonight, so I'm going to stay home. I want to try to catch that. So it was powerful enough of a hobby that, well, rather than going out and drink and do stupid stuff, I found it more interesting to stay in and try to DX something rare on my Kenwood 5000. And I remember one of the guys once that I was hanging out with was like, "You're so stupid. You'd rather stay home and listen to that noise box than hang out with us and have fun." And it's like, yeah, essentially that's pretty much what was the case. So I think it saved me from doing very stupid things, and I wouldn't be here today, that's for sure, doing these live shows and all of that. And who knows how bad I could have turned, you know. I have a addictive side to me that, you know, if you'd shown me a world where, you know, of all other things, you know, drugs, whatever, who knows where I would have been and what I would have done. You know, I've seen it with my brother. My brother was a junkie when I was young. It was a very, very tough period. And I was the one that could see that much more than my parents. So, you know, who knows what would have happened. It prevented me from doing stupid stuff. Brian Leesner, sadly, Radio Shack cannot be replaced. I'm lucky here in Montreal. I do have Addison Electronics, which kind of is still is a Radio Shack-ish in what they sell. All the stuff that they have. If I really want to be geeky electronics and see all sorts of stuff, there's another one, but that one is, I never go there because it's really far, and when you don't have a car, it's actually hard to go to, and it's like you got to take, you know, the subway and 2 buses, and it's like, so I never go because it's just too long and complicated. But there's a place called Abra Electronique, ABRA Electronics. It's even more interesting. There they have stuff that I would probably go nuts. If that would be the store next to me here, oh man, I'd come home with electronics junk stuff all the time. Benjamin Sebastian, I still have my DX440. It's a great radio and still performs well. I remember it had decent ratings back in the day. My WX50 had joined the oldest DX club in the U.S. in '79, the New York News Radio Club. They folded a few years later. I don't think it was due to me joining, though. Cosmic Lettuce in Tucson. There's Elliott's Electronic Supply. It's awesome. Every part you can imagine. They also have electronic device resale shop. So that Elliott's Electronic Supply sounds like Abra Electronic, but even here, Addison Electronic, you need a power supply. You need something. I needed a power supply the other day, and just show it here. And I got it. Which I got what I wanted. And the only thing is the adapter at the end wasn't right. So I just went to the counter and I said, do you have an adapter that will change this to this? And he said no. And I said, okay, well, do you have an adapter that is what I want? He said, yeah, because I'll just snip the end and solder that other adapter, and that's it. Oh, Mike B, the Radio Shack catalogs, that was drooling time. I would go through these, and I don't know. For me, the Radio Shack catalogs, I would go through them like a book. So I would go through these like people would reading, a Stephen King book. So at the end of the year, my Radio Shack catalog, when the new one arrived, the old one was all worn out because I would always go through it and look at the stuff they had. And of course, I would dream of having the money to purchase all the stuff I would see. And by the way, if you guys don't know, here's a website that is Radio Shack Catalogs. All the catalogs are here. If you want to see those catalogs from the good old days, you are going to. I go there and I still recognize the cover of so many of these catalogs when I see them. I was like, oh man, I remember I had that catalog. So, God. Doesn't know if I'm seeing those same wideband signals like the one near 27.6, near 15, but they look like interference. One every 300 killers. I think you might be having some kind of local interference from some device. I would guess. Oh yeah, Radio Shack, like McDonald's, exactly. They were everywhere. Alright, JDA Dakota. When I worked for famous bar store downtown, it had a large radio. Where do we have? Lost where I was. There we go. Large radio and TV department. I sold shortwave radios by Zenith, Panasonic, Sony, and even Magnavox Philips. Wow. Hey, Bob from Wick. Nice to have you here. RJ Dakota used to also love to walk between the Lafayette and Radio Shack stores, which were right across the street from each other. Oh yeah, that Eaton Satellite HD was... It's so sad because it could have been a top-notch radio. And, but man... Old radios bought out of the records. Buying WX50, much of my high school wages went to buying the DX160. That and junk food. Old radios, I will put batteries in that scanner soon enough. It's just I work today and have been tired. $2308A. What's that? 2308A. 20-308A scanner. Oh, Pro 51. I had that. I had that scanner for a while. I can tell you one thing. In receive, that Pro 51 is one of the best radios, analog scanner radios that Radio Shack ever had. I can confirm that the receive on that scanner is sensitive and amazing, and it doesn't overload. You've got a great scanner in that Pro 51. old radios. Man, I owned one for a year. I sold it. I sold it to get the Pro 43, if I remember well. Hey, Kenneth. Nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. KW1161. Brian Leesner, radio-induced hardship. Of course I still got the Kenwood. It's here. It's right here in the back. If I move a little, and it's not plugged in from what I think, nope. But if I move, and I go here, it's right here. Look at that. Kenwood or 5000 is right there. I need to plug it in and use it at some point. What I'm gonna do is plug the end-fed antenna on it. Maybe that could be an interesting thing to do on the yeah, that's my good old Kenwood. It's recapped. There's a little glitch that sometimes it flickers and stops, but I'm okay with it. It is totally recapped, and I had the DOS problem on it, and it is fixed. Thanks to a friend of mine, El Toro 6688. Welcome aboard. Thomas Kitts, nice to have you here from Upper Michigan. And Kenneth says, didn't you also rock the Caspar? Old radios, I gotta get the white vinegar out and clean this battery compartment. GMAC on eBay, they're still $464.95 for R5000. I want to pay that. I'd pay, if I wanted to have one used, I would pay up to $200. That's my blocking point. It's like, nope. Close enough. I was doing stupid stuff back then and radio at the same time, but I just lucked out, I guess. Hey, John. Nice to have you here. Beer time. Benjamin Sebastian says, I live near Akron, Ohio, and we have DX Engineering. Oh, that's nice. Cosmic Lettuce. Practically every page of the Radio Shack catalog was earmarked. You know, I actually would have, like, would fantasize. I would be like, yeah, if I had that, you know, I could do this and that and listen to that or do that, or if I had that, you know, CB radio, you know, all the things that I could do, or man. Johnny Z says there used to be a Fry's Electronics which had a very large parts area. I was very, very lucky with parts because I did a lot of electronics stuff as a teenager. I would build little circuits. And the problem was that I always found that Radio Shack was so expensive for its electronics parts. And Addison Electronics that I have right here, which is really close, they also had the same parts, but the difference was, to give you an idea, if you'd go to Radio Shack and you'd get, I don't know, they had two, say the transistors, the standard ones that are very popular, like the 2N2222, which is very, very common. At Radio Shack, they had like two in a package for $4 or $5. Addison Electronics had 10 in a package for 99 cents. So I was very lucky because it's like, oh, I need 2N2222. I go at Addison Electronics. I'll have 10 for 99 cents. I'll have only 2 for $5 at Radio Shack. So I was lucky for that. I had a place where everything was cheap. I remember getting the amplifier chip, LM384, is it? Or 348? Something like that. That little amplifier chip that, when you want to make a little audio amplifier, you use that. And at Radio Shack, they would sell it like for $6.99. There, I would go, and the guy would come up with like a foam, and they were all on the foam. It was like, how many do you want? It's like, I was so clumsy with the soldering iron that I was always saying, it's like, give me 3. Because I was like, I'm probably going to burn one, so building my circuit. Until I learned that, oh, look at that, I could put a little thing that put a chip on. So, but it's like they would sell them for like, okay, they're I would ask them and they were like, oh, they're $1 each. I was like, oh, all right, I'll take 3 $3 for 3 rather than $7 at Radio Shack. So I was lucky for that, and really really lucky because I built a lot of stuff back in the day that I wish today I look at it and I was like, man, you could have built so much more stuff. I didn't take the time. If I had the resource of all the electronic circuits, like there's a YouTube channel that, I'm a kid inside. If you give me all the parts, even if it's like just, a flip-flop thing with the chip and the 2 LEDs that just alternate, I don't care. It's fun. It's cool. It's electronics in the work. It's like, oh, look at that. The chip does that, and there's a capacitor and transistors and stuff, and the LEDs are blinking. It's stupid. LEDs are blinking, but I don't care. I would build it, and I would just look at it and even today, be amazed that, oh, wow, this is so cool. It does that. And so there's this YouTube channel where the guy makes videos of building all sorts of little circuits, like an audio, like an audio level meter or whatever, and so he gives you the list of parts, and then the video is just him building it. You just follow the guy. This is how I'm going to build it, and this is how I do it. And every time I look at it, I'm like, oh, if I had time, if I had all the time in the world, oh man, I would have a table here where it's like, okay, I want to build that circuit today, and I'm gonna do it, just for the fun. People are like, yeah, but it just does that. It doesn't matter. It's fun. I built a circuit that does it. It's fun, Yeah, the battery club at Radio Shack. I remember that. I would always get the 9-volt because that was the best value. Get the 9-volt. What are you going to do with 1D battery? But what you're going to do with a 9-volt? A lot of stuff used 9 volts. Here right now it's -7 Celsius, which would be what? Something like 20 Fahrenheit-ish. So Tosno switch a different Kiwi. This is the problem I have with Kiwi SDRs. Dang, there are some that are so noisy. So noisy. It's just crazy. GML 11158. Nice setup. Cool. Thank you. KW1161. Okay. Gilles Never Roaring 2020s. Nice to have you here from Port Arthur, Texas. No freaking blizzard this year. Here's what it looks like outside if you want to see it. So there's supposed to be snow removal tonight here. So this is what it looks like outside. We had about half a foot of snow yesterday. It's winter. We're supposed to go down to minus 25 this week one night. Minus 25 is like minus 10 Fahrenheit, something like that.
The 60-meter allocation is available to amateurs holding a general class.
There's some interesting.
The maximum permissible.
I know it's that 9455 has.
Don't key up there with your ESS.
9455 has some guy talking about the 60-meter amateur band.
Caution that this allocation is strictly on a secondary basis. Amateurs must avoid interfering with non-amateur stations using this space. This obligation includes the responsibility to monitor for such stations with an appropriate receiver bandwidth.
And
Don't mess with cats.
Jeanette Rankin was the first woman elected to Congress in 1960.
8395 has some kind of politics thing. 11780 says, 11780, which is Radio Nacional Amazonas. Free to Choose says good music. Yep. I sometimes put it there for that. Especially Saturday evenings. They often have some really nice Brazilian music. Definitely. Close enough, I would cannibalize old electronic for parts. This is also something fun. This is also something fun. They at Addison Electronics, when I was young, they would have these big circuit boards that probably went into devices, and they had piles of them. So when you needed chips, like all the logic chips and all the TTL chips, the 7400 series, you needed chips like that, you would go there, take one of those boards. It had tons of them on it. The only thing that you had to do is you had to remove them from the board if you wanted the chips. But they would sell you a circuit board with 40 of them, 50 of them on the board for $375. So you just pick out the board. It's up to you to desolder them, but you know what? Yeah, LM386. That's it. Bert WF7i Homebrew, the common audio amp chip. Johnny Z says in Northeast Ohio there was a similar store to Radio Shack called Olson's Electronics. Kenneth says, Michelle, my soldering skills increased when I stopped hold the iron by the tip. Yeah, that was not a good idea. I still remember one time when I was working at the when I was the boss at a the last official job that I had that is not, self-employed. I was the boss at a lighting fixtures company, which then they had they would do a lot of stuff, very complicated stuff. We even had they even had contracts with the city lights and stuff. So we would work with all sorts of crazy voltages up to 347 volts for some of the sodium lamps that we would do. But anyways, one day we every time there was something very complicated to do, they would always, I was the guy that would do it because it was like, yeah, okay, I understand the schematics, and I'm gonna do it right. I put the soldering iron on my table, my work table, on the stand, and the big boss comes in. He wants to talk to me, and so he comes to my workspace, looks at me and says, he starts talking, and I don't see it, but as he's talking, he's getting closer and closer to the table, and he eventually, all of the metal, the hot part of the soldering iron, touched his arm. I still to this day remember the sound of the cooking flesh, if we could call it like that. And he didn't react immediately. It took him like a second and a half before he just jumped out. Ouch. And the smell of burnt flesh. And I was like, oh, God. I'll always remember that. Johnny Z, yeah, 9-volt battery shock therapy on the tongue. Oh, everybody did that back in the day. Absolutely. Does the plow remove the cars? That'd be fun to watch. No, usually what they do is that there's this towing truck that comes and has his siren going, and after 3 times that it does the street and your car is still there, bye car, takes it and puts it somewhere else. Paul Richardson, he says, and it's raining in New Brunswick. Wow. For you chooser, listening to the CB band for the snowplow guys now. I don't know, we're going to check it out if we see anybody, because they should be on right now. And if they are, I'm going to see it on the waterfall here for sure. Let me put the span to that's 400K. No, it's okay. The span is okay. So we have lines here. You see, this one is weak, so it's not really close to me. But he just talked, we need trucks for the snow plow. So this is one, and you see here there's another one. If you start seeing peaks that are really, really big, you're going to have closer. Oh, look at that one. It's very big. So these are trucks that are affected at the snow removal crews. And so when you listen to them, you start listening, you immediately know, because if after a few minutes you'll know where they are and which streets they're actually removing the snow here. Ray Hawksworth, nice to have you here. Beautiful day in Victoria, British Columbia. Yeah, cannibalizing circuit boards. That was good times. Radical Squadron says, when I went to college, I wrote to Texas Instruments for data books and free samples of TTL chips. Oh, wow. I had what was the book? The Skotsky, what is it? Skotsky, whatever. It was a big yellow book, and it was full of data information on chips and stuff. Kotsky, something like that. Man, when I was doing my electronics course, I had that big book. It was really thick with all the data sheets and the stuff in there. Oh, man. Also know some of the Kiwis still have the frequencies I was listening to on them. Yeah, some are not used much. So you go back and you're like, oh, look at that. Two Broke Tim, I don't listen to Shortwave for music, got local FM for that. I listen to news and information. Yeah, but you don't have local FM with Brazilian music on it. And the coolness of listening to the Brazilian music from Brazil. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. No, I already said that, I guess. Cosmic Lettuce, keep a leaf of aloe vera next to your iron. It really helps a lot. Brent Listener, I'm looking at the CB band now, and they're here in Philly. It's, no, not present any longer. Kevin says, I used to plow snow for extra money for the state of New Jersey. I wish we had CB radios, I would guess, maybe. Tostenloff, I had one data sheet book from Radio Shack way back. Then later I got the NTE catalogs. I remember I would buy all the little technical books at Radio Shack. I remember one day they had them on a table. They wanted to get rid of the technical books. You know, like how to use a multimeter, how to... what was the other one? Another one was like designing electronic circuits or something. And they were like 99 cents. It's like, oh god, this I'm taking all of them. 99 cents. I want all of them. Kevin says, tow trucks, we had people who would move the cars out of the street after the storm and then complain about the work we did. Yeah, I can imagine. Here they're saying that the biggest problem in how long it takes to remove snow in the streets is the people that just don't look at the indications and just leave the car there. The time it takes to remove the car and so on. Last time they removed snow, there was a car right here on the front, and I mean, the snowplow was waiting for the car to be removed to do its job. So, you know. Yeah, that's it. Radical Squadron, standard TTL, Schottky, low power Schottky, data book. That was the thing. It was a yellow book. I remember that book that I had. Now all he's worried, all the things that Kevin could be worried about is not, you know, snowstorm. It could be like the high winds bring a sandstorm on the beach where he's, you know, taking some sun. WSMI Hombre says, Forrest Mims had a lot of circuit books at Radio Shack. Unfortunately, I only found out about them about 5 years ago. Yeah. That was, you know, they were useful even if you had knowledge. The multimeter book, and I think I still have it here. The multimeter book made me learn things about the analog versus the electronic multimeter that was very useful to understand, that they don't work in the same way exactly, the way they measure and so on, and the load that they give on circuits. And I remember looking at it and I was like, oh, Kenneth says, Kevin says, the only salting I do now is on the rim of his margarita. Hey, maybe someday we'll actually have a margarita together and I'll go down to Florida and say hi. I'll bring you snow in my suitcase. The Radical Squadron, I still have all of Forrest M. Mims' books. Wow. Johnny Z. I bought a scanner frequency book from Radio Shack when I had a Crystal Bearcat 8-channel scanner. They had, I think, did they? Yeah, they did. I think, what was the name of the guy? Bill, the scanner mod guy. Bill Cheeks. Bill Cheeks. They had the books, the Bill Cheeks scanner mod books, at the Radio Shack here, where I would go. That's where I purchased all of them. And I remember, even though I didn't have the scanners, I would go through the book and find it interesting to see how it was done on other models that I didn't own, just out of curiosity. Man, those books, the Bill Cheeks, may you rest in peace, and thank you for what you did to make me hear all of the cell phones out there. Hours of fun. I'll tell you that. Oh man, Bill Cheeks. So WRMI is not there anymore in 15770, which is typical of propagation in the winter, because at 0:30, if you do hear 15770 in 5 minutes, you'll have Radio Slovakia in English on that frequency. Tostanov, I had some MIMS, I think, and 1973 edition of the Ham Radio Handbook. Oh man, this is so cool. We would go to a there was a time when below, so here we have, I don't live far from it, we have a highway that is basically a raised highway that goes through, which is the Metropolitan Highway. And it's not a raised highway everywhere, but where I live it is, and I'm in the part where it's high up. So when I go to Addison Electronics, I have to walk under it. There's streets that go under it, and there used to be, not very far, but to the east part of here, they used to have a little flea market in the summertime, only Saturday, Sunday, under the highway, and where the cars park, because underneath the highway, in between the streets, it's kind of a parking lot. People can park their cars there if they have permission, because not everybody has the permission to do that. And they had this little flea market, and I still remember I was about 14-ish, and we would go there. I'd go there with my dad, and there was an impressive amount of portable shortwave radios that were sold there, and I would like, I didn't have any money to buy them, but I would look at them, and I was like, oh wow, look at all these radios that I would have loved to bring home. But man, I look at that. You know what I did this week? Somebody in the Facebook group was mentioning that you went to Marketplace on Facebook and got a good deal on a radio. And it made me look at Facebook Marketplace this week. And I just typed radio in the search subject. I'm surprised at the amount of radios that were there for sale at a short distance from where I am. A lot of tube radios. What also surprised me is how, compared to eBay, the local market for Marketplace, the radios were pretty affordable. There was one that I was almost, the only thing that prevented me from calling the guy is because my senses came back and I said, where the hell are you going to put that radio? In here. You already have too many things. Because the guy had a really nice big tube radio. And in the comments he just put, it works, it receives, it has AM and shortwave, and it receives signals. It seems to be working. And it was like a big, it was as big as this thing here, the Westinghouse International. And it was even bigger, I think. And the guy was just asking like $35. And I was like, oh, I want it. Then after, of course, my brain went into action, the reality kicked in and my brain said, where the hell are you going to put that? You don't have space for anything. And I was like, yeah, you're right. Okay, I won't buy it. But apart from that, I saw tons of radios. There was one that was kind of nice. It was a Panasonic boombox that looked from like the early 80s. And when I zoomed in the picture, I could see there was a shortwave band on it. And I was like, oh. And once again, the guy was like, oh, it works. Turns on. I hear radio. It doesn't mean it works perfectly. But the guy was like, $40. I was like, $40. Wow. Boombox. Panasonic boombox from the early 80s. But, I don't have space anymore. I can't continue buying stuff. I don't have space. Oh, man. Radical squadrons, some scanners, in order to receive cell phone frequencies, was to remove a diode. Yeah, a lot of them were. That was the case. Brian Leisner, I may have been guilty of using the Pro 43 to listen to cell phones when they were analog. Kevin, Jill, do you have any idea what radio the World Radio TV Handbook promoted this year? Last year was the Elite radio. They must regret that one. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Actually, I didn't order one this year because it's like 110 Canadian dollars. I can't see myself paying that for it. I have no idea, basically, what they are doing. I need, I could ask Sheldon. Sheldon will tell me if there's any, what would be the promotion this year, if any radio promotion is in there. Richard Califano, nice to have you here from Albany, New York, WA2157SWL. And got a copy of the Worldwide Shortwave Listening Guide, a division of Tandy from 1970. Youch. Youch. Pretty cool. By the way, if anybody of you has the Worldwide Listening Guide, or it's called, or something like that, from John Figliozzi, which I have here. There will not be a new edition. The last edition that was released last year is the last one that will ever be. I got mine because he sent me one free of charge, so I can talk about it. But that listening guide, unfortunately. I know Brian Leisner. It's just amazing. You get the catalogs and you see all this stuff. You can go through the pages and it's man. I just it's hours of fun just going there. Hours of fun. So, you know, and you can actually remember. You can actually, you know, look at so many of them. I looked at just the cover, and I'm like, oh, I gotta remember having that one. I must have been the most annoying kid at Radio Shack back in the day. I was like going there all the time and being like, do you have the latest? Do you have the new catalog? Do you have the new catalog? No, we don't have the new catalog. It's like the newsstand. There was a little newsstand in the shopping mall here, and they had the Commodore Computers Gazette. And I was like, so happy every time that the new monthly magazine was out. And, you know, going through it and so on. It's just that website is just amazing. So, hey guys, been on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. We're going to sign off. I want to say thank you for everybody that's been here tonight. Thank you for all of you that have donated. It's much appreciated. It helps a lot, and it helps continue what this channel is all about. So we'll be back next Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time, and tune the bands, have fun, and just share our radio memories and our radio, you know, our radio fun, our radio geeking time together. So take care, everybody. Love you all. Stay safe. Love you. Okay, peace. Absolutely. And see you next week, guys. All right. Bye-bye.